that thing up, Ejaye.
Okay. Yo. Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3.
This be by Ejaye.
Okay. Alright. Sweet and sour sauce is in the building. Yes. Yes. Oh, wait, y'all might not have heard that. I gotta do that again. Take 2. Okay. Sweet and sour sauce is in the building. Yes. Yes. Okay. Yo, what's happening? What's good, Zuri? Miles, what's up, boy? Happy birthday, by the way. What's up, G-Star? Yo, what's good, Mike? So,
This be by Ejaye.
quick story. We ran out of salt, which is diabolical because salt is essential in everything and all things in life. But we got some coming today. But until then, I got this Tabasco. And I usually mess with Tabasco, but I've never tried this Tabasco. It's like a chipotle. How do I do it? How do I do the thing? I don't know what I'm doing. It's like a chipotle Tabasco. And it smells spicy. Doing a little editing, got you tabbed up, I bet, G-Star. Yes, I'm retwisting my own, yes. Any tutorials? You tired of paying to get mine redone? Yes. Girl, I had to learn how to get mine, I had to learn how to do mine myself, cause out of necessity. It was do or die, a matter of survival. Cause we don't have a car, and so every time I had to get my hair retwisted, I had to Uber like 30 minutes out there and back, like every month. No, and it was too much. Paying for the Ubers and for her to do it for like however much. But no, I don't have any tutorials I recommend. I don't know. I've been retwisting it for so long now. I probably looked up a video or two on YouTube and then just started going in. So, I mean, it's really, even though this might be subjective, objective, whatever, is what I think, but I do think it is pretty easy, especially if they're not really starter locks no more, because once my hair wasn't like fragile and was able to like withstand not unraveling, you know, you can kind of get the hang of it.
This beat by Ejaye.
If it ain't Louisiana hot sauce, I can't even do it. Yeah, Louisiana is fire. Interesting. First thing I see is Tabasco. Yeah, what's up, DG? It's more natural for me. Yeah. I'm just so used to it now. No, what's up, Venom? Talking about lock lore. Yeah, Uber don't play at all, for real. Yeah, I mess with Louisiana, but I don't think Louisiana hot sauce is the healthiest option. That's probably why we never had it. I never really asked why we haven't had Louisianas, but it's probably not the healthiest. I don't know if Tabasco is any healthier, but it's what we got, so. I'm not even playing Destiny today, Jamal. I used to love using Jamaican mango and lime on my locks, and when I did retwist for your people, never heard of that. Or like, I don't really do much to my locks. I've never like done like crazy research or nothing. When I first started them, I went to like the salon, and she was doing them when they were starter locks. And I just would go to her, have her do it, and then not touch them until next time she retwisted. Then when I started retwisting it myself, I just started using aloe vera gel to retwist, and that's it. So I would just wash my hair, conditioner, retwist it with aloe vera gel, and then not touch it ever with nothing until the next time I retwist it. I don't know if that's like, you know, certified, but that's what I've been pretty much been doing. Yo, what's up, Gino? You just got a lot of new growth and you don't know how to combine it with your current locks. I mean, all I do pretty much is I spray it with water and I comb the new growth through, and then I rub the aloe vera gel on it and then just twist it and just rub it all the way down from the root and then clip it. That's it. Oh, sodium. Oh, okay. Used to have locks, but it was too much hassle. Really? You was over the road as a truck driver. Would you ever get them again? Hair journey is always cool. I started waving. Life's much easier when you don't care. I know, right? For real. Been thinking of growing them back, but it's so hot. That's true too. Thank you. You're funny. down to his lower back. I've always wondered what I would do once I got my locks got that long, if I would cut them or keep them growing. Cause I like the shoulder length, but I do want to be able to put it up in the ponytail without it pulling on like the edges.
By Ejaye.
Yo, what's up, Reggie? You've been leaning towards semi-freeform. Them, I don't know much about them, but I believe they are even more carefree. That's your intro. Oh, we know, Real Line. We know. It's so weird having these IEMs in, cause with my headset on, everything be so loud that I can't really hear my own voice talk. But with these, I can literally hear myself talking out loud, like to myself. Not to myself, but you know, to myself, and it's weird. Freeform like Jay-Z? I think so. Year 3-ish with your twist down to your chin, but man, my arms be tired. Tell me about it, man. For real. That's why you gotta be quick. Cause when I first started retwisting them, I used to take forever, you know, nitpicking, making sure they was all, you know, I don't know, perfect. But now you just gotta twist, clip, keep it moving. Cause man, once you get to the front, I be getting tired, man. You tried to get on my Discord, but you have to make another email to join. Wait, didn't you message in the Discord? I seen you say like, "Hey, this Reggie" or something.
By Ejaye.
Yeah, you in the Discord. Yo, what's up, Chase? Towel head sauce. Oh, you funny. Yeah, I said happy birthday to you, Miles, when I first started the stream, but I guess you didn't hear me. Name King said happy birthday to him. Yo, what's up, Jersey? I appreciate it. Thank you. Thanks for stopping in. I hope you're doing okay. Yeah, Discord sent you a notification too. I don't know if you got Discord notifications on though, but yeah. You got any plans today, or you just chilling, getting high and whatnot? Pantheon kicking your butt? Really? That's surprising. Let me say it louder for him. What's up, Cam? Yes, plus hoops. The ideal Bushido Brown day. This Tabasco not bad. Typically, I don't really like that smoky taste, but I like it better than the no salt taste. What am am I eating? Purple potatoes, cauliflower, and asparagus. And I got some strawberries on the side for when I'm done eating for a palate cleanser. Purple potatoes, I'ma guess. Yep, you already know, Rob. You know the deal. My boy, you've been around long enough. Heck yeah. Dang near eating grass. Mainly spent last night grinding out stands. That's gonna be a side hustle in the game for now. I need at least 8 to 10,000 meditations to max out all my characters. Oh wait, 8 to 10k strand meditations? Oh my goodness. That's a farm. Being on Neomona for that long is desecration to the soul. You lost the shiny forbearance last night in the postmaster? Do you know what rolls it had on it? Or you just don't? You just know it was shiny? Yo, what's up, TPG? We finally got to an encounter I don't know, and we have to do it legit. I believe in you. Nah, you didn't know? Maybe that's for the best, Miles. You could just say it probably had bad rolls on it. Big pain, boy.
Emotional, damn it.
What's up, Mihalo? You was vegan for a few years, but around 2020, I backslid. Backslid? Wow, a few years is commendable, Mike. Y'all already know what I want to say. But I'm gonna just say, no thanks. No thanks to that. You gotta focus on 1 or 2 weapons to get from Onslaught. Yeah, I still need a couple from Onslaught too. Two encounters away from Godslayer? I believe. I believe in the power of top tier gaming. What's up, Makanya? Farm Warlords and Crota. Legend Bow mission. I need a Legend Whisper mission. Need to see those awesome dreads. They gonna come out. We gonna see his go. I've never retwisted my hair in front of an audience. Light work? Really? I mean, everything up until the boss room is pretty easy, but I've never done the boss room on Legends, so What up, Cash Armani? Because the way you eating it gotta be good. I think everything I eat, I just make it look good. I think that's just the way I eat. I was eating asparagus, purple potatoes, and cauliflower with some Tabasco, Chipotle Tabasco. You need to see this purple potato? It's gone. It's gone. You're gonna have to go back in the stream a little bit. Send it. Send it and be done with it. I ate them purple potatoes all the time when you went to Okinawa. Yeah, they just like regular. Well, they not just like, but they, I mean, essentially just like regular potatoes. They just Japanese sweet potatoes. I low-key eat like I have to, not because I want to. Look like a purple brownie. What did I major in college? Animal science. About this lore though. So last time we talked about this, a bunch of y'all recommended this guy called Biff. Or something. And so I think we're just gonna go with that. Which enemy faction? I was thinking more so just like a Destiny entire lore overview or something. I knew y'all was gonna start correcting me. That's why I said it like that. I might just continue to do that. Yo, what's up, Marcia? I'm doing good. I'm doing good. How are you? Okay. Destiny lore chronological, the complete story of Destiny. That sounds appealing. It's 6 years ago. but
This beat by Ejaye.
it's older. I do want the complete story though. From origins to Shadowkeep. Am I currently working in my field? Nope. This is my field now. I left school. I didn't get my degree because I didn't want to be a veterinarian like I thought I did. I was not trying to be in school for that long. I really only went to school out of survival. For real though. His voice gonna put you to sleep. He too smooth. Please don't say it right, like ever. Alright. You have to pop in. As soon as I saw you live, I had to immediately click watch because I can't miss out on some W live stream. I appreciate that. Wow.
Oh, you're so sweet. Thank you so much.
You don't know if they have one speaking up from the beginning till now? You don't think so? That sucks. What's up, Bobby? I got 2 strawberries left and then we ready. I'm glad you say that because I dropped out too. You want to be a cardiologist. But I said to myself, am I finna stay in college for 15 years? So I said, nah, it's not for me. Yes, that's exactly, that sounds exactly like what I was feeling.
This beat by Ejaye.
You finna send some? Who helped me build my channel? Elaborate. Like build it like subscriber wise or build it like make it? What's up, Usopp? Even if it takes time to pop off on YouTube, it's about consistency, uploading good quality content. Yep. Yep. Perseverance, dedication. Consistency. Okay. You sent them to Discord, Enzo? Talking about what up, Enzo, aka Drippy. Doing a mixture of fruits in a bowl with lemon. Yeah, I was just eating a couple strawberries. Reggie, you already in the Discord though. I see your message you sent.
This be by Ejaye.
The entire story in 40 minutes. Whoa, that's fast. I'm gonna still be doing my hair. What is Shadow Destiny? It's not Biff. What up, Seymour? You have to troubleshoot it. You can explain it. Okay. You witness myself? Yes, I do. Yes, indubitably. Okay. Ooh-wee.
This be by Ejaye.
Ooh, it's heavy. Yo, what's up, Greg? You love the process doing wash and retwist. It feel relaxing, but you going to do it by yourself. Yeah, it's better this way because it's free. Free. Jamaican. Ah. Yeah, I know it's dripping. It's gonna have to drip. Okay.
This be by Ejaye.
Okay, we're gonna watch this video Izzo sent me. Okay. Greg, sit back and relax, okay?
Very beginning. This video will cover the entire story of starting from the very beginning. This video will cover the entire story of Destiny. This lore is fascinating, and a recap like this also provides important context to what is actually happening in the modern day version of the game. I am working on a longer version of this video that will come out soon, but for now, this will cover all of the most important stories and lore from the past 10 years of the Destiny franchise. So from the very origins of the universe to the conclusion of the Light and Darkness saga, this is the story of Destiny. There was once an ancient civilization that was struggling to survive. Their struggle came to an abrupt halt, though, when they found a giant paracausal orb, which they called the Gardener. It was an entity of...
You thought it would be longer? Yeah, I mean, I was looking on Biff's channel, and he had some, but only until like Shadowkeep. So Enzo said he would send me some videos. And so I'm going to see, since this covers all the way up until Final Shape, we can watch this, and then I can go and watch Biff longer video. And he'll probably give a more in-depth analysis.
giant paracausal orb. The struggle came to an abrupt halt, though, when they found a giant paracausal orb, which they called the Gardener. It was an entity of light and life. The Gardener blessed them with a golden age of prosperity. Despite the gifts that were bestowed on them, they craved something else. They craved a purpose and meaning. They wanted a winnower to shape the garden that had been created, to cut away the unfettered chaos that is found in the light. The people discovered that there was another entity called
Wait, hold on.
You know
a
I got
winnower
the
to
sauce.
shape the garden.
You know I'm
Maybe I should
saucy.
turn off the sub alerts too. Anthony, appreciate the sub. Welcome to the Saucinators. Thank you very much. Okay.
That had been created and meaning. They wanted a winnower to shape the garden that had been created, to cut away the unfettered chaos that is found in the light. The people discovered that there was another entity called the Veil that shared a connection with the Gardener, and the Veil was an entity of darkness. The light and darkness are two ancient forces that flow through the universe, and the people believed that bringing the Veil to their planet would bring structure and meaning to their existence. So they brought the Veil to their home to connect with the Gardener, with hopes of creating that final shape of reality, where only perfection would remain. The Gardener would not allow this, however, and it fled their world.
Wait, hold on.
With hopes of
Y'all ever be like watching something and like listening, and then your mind drift while you listening, and you don't even know what they just said? That's what I be doing a lot.
creating that. So they brought bringing the Veil to their planet would bring structure and meaning to their existence. So the darkness are two ancient forces that flow through the universe, and the people believed that bringing the Veil to their planet would bring structure and meaning to their existence. So they brought the Veil to their home to connect with the Gardener, with hopes of creating that final shape of reality, where only perfection would remain. The Gardener would not allow this, however, and it fled their world. Left with only the Veil, the people used the power of the darkness to merge themselves into one single being. They became an entity called the Witness, which would then set off across the universe with its Black Fleet. The Witness
Wait. So the Witness is all of the people that the so-called Traveler used to care for? A whole civilization of people, and then the Traveler dipped on them like, nah. So basically the Traveler is like God, right? They're God. And so they was like worshiping God. Yay, God is bringing all these blessings. And then they found out about the veil, which is like, let's call it the devil. And I was like, oh, well, if we bring the devil and God together, then we have the best, perfect. And then human thought is so stupid. So they tried to converge, and then that God was like, nah, and dipped on their head. And so then all they had was the devil, and the devil basically fused with all of them into one. And now the devil is the witness. Logan the Wolf. No, I have not. Marching. That mean it didn't catch your attention yet. It's just been a minute, though. It's just been a minute.
Set off in pursuit of the Gardener across the universe with its Black Fleet. The Witness set off in pursuit of the Gardener with the goal of enacting its perfect final shape, to ultimately impose meaning on a meaningless universe. For untold time, the Gardener would travel from world to world, fleeing from the darkness. Along the way, it would terraform worlds and grant blessings to its inhabitants. These blessings, however, were often short-lived, only lasting until the darkness arrived. In some cases, though, the Witness was a step ahead, and it would arrive at a new world before the Gardener could move in and bless the species. One such world was called Fundament, where a weak species called the Krill was struggling to survive on a violent world. The Witness arrived first and tricked the Krill into embracing the power of the darkness. They were granted great power, but it was a cursed existence. They became infected with worms that needed to be fed with destruction, or else they would consume their hosts. Now acting in to be foul, but it was a cursed existence. They became infected with worms that needed to be fed with destruction, or else they would consume their hosts. Now acting in perpetual service to their worms, the Krill became known as the Hive. These Hive were led by 3 siblings, Oryx, Savathun, and Xivu Arath. Together, they went from system to system and annihilated countless civilizations in order to feed their worms. The Gardener would later find its way to the Reef system, the home of the Elixir.
The Krill was supposed to be another species added to Destiny, but they scrapped it. Another species? Wait, aren't the Krill the same as the Hive? I'm already perplexed. The Witness is the personification of the mob of the internet. A bunch of crazy people working as one. Facts. They are now, but they weren't at first. Okay. The light and darkness ain't really good or evil, though. The folks that use the power are.
The Gardener would later find its way to the Reef system, the home of the Elixir. They were given great blessings, just like many other worlds, and the Elixir decided to call the Gardener the Great Machine.
Wait, what's the name of that? What's the name of that dude? In the Stasis campaign, with his arm was cut off. He was like, "Thank you, Guardian, for saving me." He'd be talking. He'd be like, clicking and stuff in between. He was trapped in the ice, and then you talk to him like for pretty much the whole Beyond Light campaign. Varix, yes, thank you. Yes, that's my homie. This his people, right? Look like it.
Reef system, the home of the Elixir. They were given great blessings, just like many other worlds, and the Elixir decided to call the Gardener the Great Machine. Eventually, though, as with all worlds, the Gardener eventually fled, and the Elixir, now known as the Fallen, experienced what they call the Whirlwind, and it was a terrible, apocalyptic time for the species. The Fallen left the Reef system in pursuit of the Gardener. Eventually, around the year 2014, the Gardener arrived here in the Sol system. It terraformed many planets and moons, human lifespan tripled, and it brought life to everything. This included Mars, and once humanity detected the Gardener on Mars, we sent out a small crew to investigate the strange moon-like structure. Due to its odd movements, we called it the Traveler, and it would give humanity our own golden age. Eventually, though, the Black Fleet and the Darkness would arrive. In all of the past situations like this, the Traveler decided to flee the darkness, but in this case, it decided to remain in Seoul and finally make a stand. During the ensuing battle, Savathun, one of the 3 Hive siblings, betrayed the witness by killing its disciple Nezarec, as well as hiding the veil on Neptune. Savathun then tricked the witness into leaving the system entirely. However, the Traveler
Wait, so Savathun low-key helped us out?
Nezarec, as well as hiding the veil, siblings betrayed the witness by killing its disciple Nezarec, as well as hiding the veil on Neptune. Savathun then tricked the witness into leaving the system entirely. However, the Traveler collapsed and became dormant just above the last city on Earth. As a final act, it created the Ghosts, and these small entities of light would seek out deceased warriors throughout the system, resurrect them, and give them the ability to bear the powers of the light. Humanity fell into a dark age, not only engaging in civil war, but also having to fight back against the enemy races of the Hive, Fallen, Cabal, and Vex. Humanity would remain in darkness for centuries. Fight back against the enemy race dark age,
what up, Pharaohs?
not only engaging in civil war, but also having to fight back against the enemy races of the Hive, Fallen, Cabal,
For her own
and
good,
Vex.
of course, right?
Humanity would remain in darkness for centuries.
Yo, what's up, Darwin? I appreciate it.
In about the 35th century, our guardian awakened in the Cosmodrome of Old Russia for the first time after our ghost found us scattered among the remains of an old freeway. As is usual for freshly resurrected guardians, we had no memory of our past or where we came from. Our ghost guided us into the Cosmodrome wall, where we were able to scavenge for our first few weapons, fight off waves of Fallen, and find an old jump ship that we were able to salvage. Upon reaching the tower, we met the Vanguard, leaders of the defense of the last city. They are led by Zavala, who
D1?
represents the Titans, Ikora for Warlocks, and
this look,
K6 for Hunters.
this look dated, boy.
Salvage. Upon reaching the tower, we met the Vanguard, leaders of the defense of the last city. They are led by Zavala, who represents the Titans, Ikora for Warlocks, and K6 for Hunters. We also met the Speaker, who gave us a briefing on our history with the Traveler and our never-ending battle with the Darkness. We set out across the solar system to fight against the darkness while also being watched by a shadowy figure called the Stranger. We finally met her on Venus, where she told us that we have to travel to the Black Garden. There, at its heart, was an imperfect replica of the Veil. We had to go there to destroy it.
That's the mission we just did in the seasonal. This is where we come in, but D1 beginning. Yo, that little table that they was all standing at looked kind of cool. I mean, the graphics was a little, you know, rusty, but it looked cool. Don't get me wrong, I like the tower, but yeah, that's the mission from the seasonal.
In order to allow the imperfect replica of the Veil. We had to go there to destroy it in order to allow the Traveler to heal after its collapse. In order to access the Black Garden, however, we needed to seek help from the Awoken of the Reef, a region within the asteroid belt. There we met with the Queen Marasov and her brother Ejaye, a region. In order to access the Black Garden, however, to allow the Traveler to heal after its collapse. In order to access the Black Garden, however, we needed to seek help from the Awoken of the Reef, a region within the asteroid belt. There we met with the Queen Marasov and her brother Ejaye. They did not give us the warmest of welcomes, but they did agree to help. After acquiring some parts, Ejaye created a key that allowed us to access the Black Garden on Mars. There we found the Vex worshipping the heart of the Black Garden. It brought the statues of the shrine to life, but we defeated them, and this destroyed the heart. With our objective complete, the Traveler was still dormant, but now it was healing. We were heralded as a hero back in the last city, but as the Stranger gifted us her rifle, she reminded us that the real fight is still out there. Eris Morn, an expert of Hive lore, came to the tower to warn us of an impending Hive invasion of the moon. They were trying to awaken Crota, the son of Oryx the Taken King. We needed to take the fight to Crota and defeat him before another great disaster could occur. Invasion of the moon. They were trying to awaken Crota, the son of Oryx the Taken King. We needed to take the fight to Crota and defeat him before another great disaster could occur. Eris was once a member of the fire team that tried to defeat Crota, and she was the only member to survive the horrors that lie below. We cleared out some of the advanced forces in the Cosmodrome, including infestations inside some of the facilities of the great AI known as Rasputin. We then traveled to the moon and destroyed a crystal containing known as Rasputin. We then traveled stations inside some of the facilities of the great AI known as Rasputin. We then traveled to the moon and destroyed a crystal containing Crota's soul, holding off the invasion and resurrection for now. Crota, however, still existed in his throne world, a sort of refuge in the Ascendant Plane. We needed to find a way to defeat him in that realm if we wanted to defeat Crota for good. So we assembled a fire team of 6 and went back into the depths of the Hellmouth, entered his throne world, and defeated him, eliminating the great threat that had already caused so much destruction for humanity. With one threat neutralized, Queen Mara Sov of the Reef reached out to ask for help. The Fallen's House of Wolves were previously captured by the Reef, but now they had rebelled, led by the Kel Skolas. A Kel is a leader of a fallen house, and after being freed by a mysterious race called the Nine, Kel Skolas was up to no good. We worked alongside Petrovenge, the Queen's Wrath of the Awoken, as well as Verix, a friendly Elixni and scribe for the former House of Judgment. Together, we worked to prevent Skolas from uniting all of the remaining fallen houses and becoming the Kel of Kels. We waged war against the Fallen and eventually tracked Skolas to Venus. We managed to trap him and bring him back to the Prison of Elders. Inside the prison, Skolas managed to start a riot, but we were called in to go put an end to this riot and to Skolas himself. Word had reached Oryx, the Taken King, about our
Skolas in the prison. Yo, what's up, Tank Nelson? Welcome. So, well, that nightfall, the Prison of Elders, when he'd be like, you are, what did he say? Or they are dead. You are not. Who says that? Is that Verix or is that Skolas? This whole time I thought that was Verix. Oh, it is Verix. What up, P. Jones? Okay, I thought so. But then they said they locked somebody up in prison. I was like, wait, was that not Verix? You don't know nothing about this game. Well, that's what this video is for. At least to help in that. It's not as in-depth, but still, more information than I knew. The warden pretending to be Verix.
Defeat of his son Crota, and he was word had to go put an end to this riot and to Skolas himself. Word had reached Oryx, the Taken King, about our defeat of his son Crota, and he was none too pleased. He arrived in the Sol system with his massive ship called the Dreadnought, as well as his army of Hive and Taken. The Taken are forces corrupted by the darkness. They have no will, and their work is only to serve their master. Corrupted by the darkness. The army of Hive and Taken. The Taken are forces corrupted by the darkness.
That's rough.
They have no will, and their work is only to serve their master. The ability to take or corrupt is an extremely dark power learned by Oryx, stolen from the worm god Akka. The first major battle took place in orbit around Saturn, where Oryx used the Dreadnought's superweapon to annihilate the Awoken forces, including Queen Mara herself. Cade 6 then found a way to get us inside of Oryx's ship in order to try to take out this weapon. Once this objective was achieved, we set our sights on Oryx himself. We first fought him in our world, and then, just like his son before him, we raided his throne world and put him to his final death, sending his corpse floating towards Saturn. Meanwhile, on Earth, the Fallen had gained access to an ancient human technology called Siva. This was an extremely dangerous nanotechnology with the ability to self-assemble, replicate, and think. It could be used to create basically anything, but could also be extremely destructive. Siva had been locked away due to the danger it posed and since it caused such great damage to the Iron Lords. We worked with Lord Saladin, one of the last remaining Iron Lords, to fight against the newly augmented Fallen called Splicers. We made our way into the original replication chamber, where many Iron Lords had sacrificed their lives to contain Siva in the first place, and we destroyed the chamber, finally ending the threat. The Red Legion of the Cabal, led by their leader Dominus Gaul, attacked the last city of Earth, finally ending.
Kate always helped us when Zavala said no. Of course. I knew Kate was a homie, boy. Screw Zavala. We don't take orders from him. Period. I didn't get to play part 1, but I started on Destiny 2. Yeah, I didn't play part 1 either, Willie. Me neither. The server that you fight is the one doing all that talking? Dang, all these characters that know how to imitate voices. I should go back and play D1. Oof. Yeah, what up, Voss? Yeah, I'm on YouTube too, yes. Yeah, that's a big oof. Siva is what is in the Outbreak Perfected gun. I was thinking about that because the little perk on the gun says something about Siva. Bringing back memories. Destiny was truly gold. Yeah, I don't have that same nostalgia. I wish. Warden of Nothing, because it's an AI pretending to be Varix. Oh. The lot growth. Some slight.
The threat. The Red Legion of the Cabal, led by their leader Dominus Gaul, attacked the last city of Earth. Gaul put a harness around the Traveler, removing our Guardian's ability to use the light. Gaul also captured the Speaker, a very old mentor of Guardians. He wanted the Speaker to teach him how to convince the Traveler to grant him the power of the light. Meanwhile, desperate for a way to fight back, our Guardian found a shard of the Traveler near the European Dead Zone and used it to get our light abilities back. We proceeded to travel to Titan, Nessus, and Io in order to reunite the Vanguard and wage a war against the Red Legion. All the while, Gaul was still interrogating the Speaker and trying to get access to the light. But eventually, Gaul's console got tired of waiting and eliminated the Speaker. The console believed that Gaul should simply be taking the light for himself instead of trying to learn how to make the Traveler gift it to him. Angry, Gaul killed the console, and with the Speaker now dead as well, he decided to go ahead and use the cage
I'm confused. Who is the console? He just smacked his PS5 or what?
Gaul's still interrogating the Speaker and trying to get access to the light. But eventually, Gaul's console got tired of waiting and eliminated the Speaker. The console believed that Gaul should simply be taking the light for himself instead of trying to learn how to make the Traveler gift it to him. Angry, Gaul killed the console, and with the Speaker now dead as well, he decided to go ahead and use the cage around the Traveler to take the light by force. We found our way onto Gaul's command ship, and he was now using the light powers that he had stolen
that was mentoring him. Oh, there was two? There was two? They all look, all these Cabal look the same.
Instead of trying to learn how to make the Traveler gift it to him. Angry, Gaul killed the console, and with the Speaker now dead as well, he decided to go ahead.
The console is the one with the Buns Boy outfit. He ain't got the drippy commander armor on. I thought I was looking at the same guy. Shut up, Greg.
Used the cage around the Traveler to take the light by force. We found our way onto Gaul's command ship, and he was now using the light powers that he had stolen from the Traveler. We defeated him, but Gaul tried to revive himself with his stolen powers. However, right in the middle of his resurrection, the traveler awakened and fired out a shockwave of light all across the universe, which destroyed Gaul and restored abilities to all of the other Guardians. This was a great win for us, but this shockwave also had dire consequences. It awakened the Witness's dark fleet in the far corners of the universe. During this time, Emperor Callus also arrived in the Sol system. He was the former emperor of the Cabal before he was dethroned by Gaul. We boarded his massive Leviathan ship and passed his trial.
Yo, he always been a buzz boy. Yo, what's up, Roll Gaming? Thank you, I appreciate that. He always been getting stomped on. But be trying to flex like he just that dude. Po baby.
Owned by Gaul. He was the former emperor of the Cabal before he was dethroned by Gaul. We boarded his massive Leviathan ship and passed his trials before defeating a giant animatronic figure that was made in his image. The Warlock Vanguard Ikora showed us a damaged ghost by the name of Sagira. She told us it belonged to Osiris, one of the greatest warlocks to ever live. However, Osiris had been living in exile for some time, so she sent us to Mercury to investigate. There we met Brother Vance, a cultist who told us how we can revive Sagira. We took her to a hidden Brother Vance.
Yo, what do y'all think? Y'all think Destiny stories was better in D1 or D2? Opinion. You need to retwist yours while you playing. Ah man. Mine was so long overdue. So long overdue. D1. Peak in D1. D1. Oof. D2. Think Final Shape will be the highest. From what I'm seeing so far, the story seemed like it was kind of fire back then. Or at least the way he describing it, you know. D2. Okay.
Vance, a cultist who told us how we can revive Sagira. We took her to a hidden temple in the European Dead Zone in order to revive her. We learned that Osiris had been investigating the Infinite Forest on Mercury, and this is a Vex installation. Osiris had been investigating the Infinite Forest on Mercury, and this is a Vex. We took her to a hidden temple in the European Dead Zone in order to revive her. We learned that Osiris had been investigating the Infinite Forest on Mercury, and this is a Vex installation used to run simulations of various possibilities. We entered the forest and found a reflection of Osiris who explained that the Vex mind Panoptes was running simulations to try to create a dark future where humanity is defeated and neither light nor darkness exists anymore. All life is lost in this future, so Osiris asks for our help in defeating Panoptes to avoid this dark future. We searched throughout the timelines, which proved to be challenging, but eventually with the help of Osiris...
The way AI is heading now, we finna have some Vex pretty soon at this point. It is not gonna turn out good, boy.
Osiris's reflections, Panoptes fell. Together, we exited the Infinite Forest with Osiris, where he saw his former student
snap!
Ikora
Put
for
that
the
helmet
first
back
time
on,
in
my
the
boy.
Infinite with the help of Osiris. We searched throughout the timelines, which proved to be challenging, but eventually with the help of Osiris's reflections, Panoptes fell. Together, we exited the Infinite Forest with Osiris, where he saw his former student Ikora for the first time in many years.
His student.
She invited him back to the city, but he said he must remain in the forest to stop the Vex from finding a different path to the dark future. Before we left Mercury, our ghost picked up a weak signal coming from the Infinite Forest, and Brother Vance thought it might belong to the legendary Titans signal
Saint
coming from the
Bartine.
Infinite Forest.
Hold on, wait.
Before we left Mercury, our ghost picked up a weak signal coming from the Infinite Forest, and Brother Vance thought it might belong to the legendary Titan, Saint 14. He sent us into the forest to try and locate him as we had done with Osiris before. Inside, we found the remains of Saint 14, along with thousands of dead Vex. In that specific version of the future, he lost his battle, but the Vex had built a memorial to him, seemingly in awe of the great warrior that he was.
Wow.
On Mars, the Guardian named
robots shouting out humans, honoring humans. I mean, ain't he the person who is in charge of like the trials or whatever? He better be a fire warrior if he running the trials.
That he was. On Mars, the Guardian named Anna Bray had been hiding away working to learn more about the AI warmind Rasputin, as well as her family's past. When the Traveler awoke and shot out that massive shockwave of light across the universe, it also awoke a slumbering force of Hive on Mars that were led by the Hive worm god Zol. We traveled to Mars to assist Anna in winning back the Warmind facilities with the hopes that the Warmind might help us in our battle against the darkness. In our quest to find Zol, we encountered Nokris, brother of Crota, who was banished by his father Oryx due to his heretical practice of necromancy. We defeated him and then set our sights on Zol. Together, with the help of the Warmind's javelin weapon system, we were able to defeat them. We then went to talk with Rasputin.
Wait, what was his name?
And then Sir Oryx Zol, we encountered Nokris, brother of Crota, who was banished by his father Oryx due to his heretical practice of necromancy. We defeated him and then set our sights on Zol. Together, with the help of the Warmind's javelin weapon system, we were able to defeat them. We then went to talk with Rasputin, and he asserted that he will continue to protect humanity, but only on his own terms and not the Vanguard's.
He ain't trying to get run by Zavala Neva, period. He like, nah, I don't mess with that ball man right there. Y'all can have that. I do my own thing. You feel for the Hive the most and dislike the Vex the most. Your favorite character is the Iron Lord. Yeah, don't nobody mess with Vex, boy. Hive, you feel for the Hive. Oh, they got tricked by the Witness. And now they got them worms. Yeah, it's funny because the Hive, at least without any knowledge of the lore, and from my personal experience, you always see them as like evil or the bad ones because of Savathon and Zivu. Like, you know what I mean? Yeah, what up, Louis?
Protect humanity. We then went to talk with Rasputin, and he asserted that he will continue to protect humanity, but only on his own terms and not the Vanguard's. Trouble was once again brewing in the Reef. With the absence of Queen Mara Sov, organized crime had been breaking out all over the asteroid belt. Also, her brother, Uldren Sov, became corrupted by a taken wish dragon, an Ahamkara named Riven. There was a massive jailbreak in the Prison of Elders.
Wait. Okay, no, I'll wait. I'm sure I'll get more clarity from Biff. My girl Riven then turned the guy I hate probably the most into Crow, into him, into Uldra, whatever. Yeah, whatever, Linux. It was Riven's fault. That's why they slaughtered her. I don't care what y'all say. I like Riven. It's something about her. It's something about her. Say what you will. She's such a cool gal. I miss her. She says that again.
And the now corrupt Uldren Sov became corrupted by a taken wish dragon, an Ahamkara named Riven. There was a massive jailbreak in the Prison of Elders, and the now corrupt Uldren Sov rallied his own army of the Scorn Barons who were escaping. The Scorn are a corrupt, undead version of the Fallen who were also created by Riven. In an effort to stop this disastrous outbreak, our hunters
a corrupt, undead version of the Fallen.
The Scorn are a corrupt, undead version of the Fallen who were also created by Riven.
And the Fallen is... The Fallen is the people who are, like Varix. Varix is Fallen, right? Right. A corrupted, undead version of the Fallen created by Riven. Wowzers. Riven, you're not doing too good for yourself, girl. I'm trying to fight for you. How you like Riven when you ain't even let her talk half the time? Some things are better left unknown.
In an effort to stop this disastrous outbreak, our hunter vanguard Cade 6 joined Petravenge in the prison. Unfortunately, during the conflict, Cade's ghost was destroyed by the Scorn, leaving him vulnerable with no hope of resurrection should he fall. Ultimately, in his weakened state, having lost his connection to the light, he was put to his end at the hands of Uldren. Angered by Cade's murder, we traveled to the Tangled Shore in the Reef to investigate and work with a shady Elixni by the name of Spider. He was frustrated by the havoc the Scorn had caused his business, so he agreed to help us find Uldren.
That boy looked like a spider already. Alright.
Angered by Cade's murder, we traveled to the Tangled Shore in the Reef to investigate and work with a shady Elixni by the name of Spider. He was frustrated by the havoc the Scorn had caused his business, so he agreed to help us find Uldren Sov if we first defeated the Scorn Barons one by one. After doing so, and after defeating Uldren's #1 in command, Fikrul the Fanatic, we entered the Awoken Watchtower in pursuit of Uldren Sov. Uldren was consumed by the voice of Riven that was corrupting him, and we fought back against this horrifying creature.
What?
Upon its defeat, we find Uldren
What did I just watch?
Fikrul the Fanatic, we entered the Awoken Watchtower in pursuit of Uldren Sov. Uldren was consumed by the voice of Riven that was corrupting him, and we fought back against this horrifying creature. Upon its defeat, we find Uldren Sov on the ground and pick up Ace of Spades, the weapon that Uldren had stolen from Cade. Together with Petravenge, we confronted Uldren and put him to his end. We proceeded to find our way into the hidden Awoken homeworld of the Dreaming City.
Wish you knew more about Saint 14. You probably like him too. Finna make a build with his helmet. Oh my goodness. In honor, make a build with his helmet in honor. Honor and dedication. That means you gotta run trials too. If you really reppin'. This is what Zavala told us not to do. Not to get back at Uldren for killing Cade. Buns boy. Buns boy for life. I don't know who I hate more, him or a crow.
There, we proceeded to find our way into the hidden Awoken homeworld of the Dreaming City. There, we hunted down and defeated the taken Ahamkara Riven and cleansed her taken heart. However, at the same time, Riven was able to transcend death and make one final wish that would put the Dreaming City under a curse. We emerged and found that the Dreaming City was now corrupt by the Taken. For 3 weeks, we battled against the Taken as the Dreaming City was a wish that would put the Dreaming City under a curse. We emerged and found that the Dreaming City was now corrupt by the Taken. For 3 weeks, we battled against the Taken as the Dreaming City became more and more corrupt. Eventually, thinking we had won, we found a way to access the throne world of Marasov, where we learned that she is actually still alive. We declared victory, but were quickly corrected as we learned that the Dreaming City was stuck in a constant time loop, where history continued to repeat itself again and again.
Shorty always sin like that. Like she just
quickly corrected as we learned that the Dreaming City was stuck in a constant time loop, where history continued to repeat itself again and again. Around the same time, a mysterious light bearer going by the name of Drifter showed up at the tower and started using Guardians to play this dangerous game that he called Gambit. This game controversially made use of Motes of Darkness to summon Taken into a Guardian versus Guardian competition. An exo by the name of Ejaye also showed up in the tower as the last remaining member of the Black Armory Foundry. The Red War had left the Foundry without access to their forges, so she enlisted us to clear out the forges of enemies and allow them to reopen in order to craft their weapons. We worked all over the system to do this, and while doing so, we slowly earned her trust and weapons. We then went into the Batsa district of the last city, where the Fallen, led by the Spider's brother Civics, were attempting to gain access to the Black Armory vault. There we defeated Insurrection Prime and thus secured the vault. We tracked Civics down to Niobe Labs, which contained the Berguzia Forge, and there we faced off and defeated Civics. This helped us secure Ejaye's full trust and allowed us to craft the powerful Izanagi's Burden sniper rifle. Separately, a solitary ghost named Pulled Pork was still looking for its guardian, and it had found its way into the Dreaming City. It came across the grave of Uldren and resurrected him as a guardian. Uldren renamed his ghost Glint, and since becoming a guardian wipes all
Like, why?
Pork was still looking for its guardian, and it had found its way into the Dreaming City. It came across the grave of Uldren and resurrected him as a guardian. Uldren renamed his ghost Glint, and since becoming a guardian wipes all memory, Uldren had no knowledge of his past crimes. Things started to quiet down for a little bit, but Drifter had been hard at work and he invited us to participate in a new variation.
Pulled Pork is crazy. How long have I been playing Destiny? I first started playing Destiny 2 in like 2022, I believe. I'm gonna have to write that down at this point. Bless thyself. Thank thyself. Trust me, you were just as confused as us and angry. Alan from Mando. Alan. Who's Alan? River still your girl, cursing whole planets. Hey, look, I always said I ain't really like the Dream City anyway, so I don't care. Yes, I'm mad late. That's why I'm watching these videos. Yes, I am, Linux.
Of his on for a little bit, but Drifter had been hard at work and he invited us to participate in a new variation of his game mode called Gambit Prime, as well as a new activity known as The Reckoning. We met Orin, emissary of the Nine, and learned that the Drifter had been playing these games of Gambit at bequest of the Nine as they prepare for the coming darkness. Emperor Callus made another appearance and invited us to board his Leviathan ship for further testing and rewards, this time in his menagerie. Callus had become obsessed with the arrival of the darkness and wished for us to become one of his elite shadows who would be there with him at the end of all existence. During our time in the menagerie, we defeated many of his champions, but we learned that hidden within the Leviathan was another creature named Galron. Callus had come across an ancient Hive artifact called the Crown of Sorrow, and suspected that it was corrupted. In hopes of being able to control the Hive with this crown, Callus bred a cabal named Galron to be strong-willed and then put the crown on his head. This was indeed a trap laid by the Witch Queen Savathun in hopes of and suspected that it was corrupted. In hopes of being able to control the Hive with this crown, Callus bred a cabal named Galron to be strong-willed and then put the crown on his head. This was indeed a trap laid by the Witch Queen Savathun in hopes of corrupting Callus should he wear the crown. Instead, it was Galron who became corrupted, but this still invited a Hive infestation into the Leviathan. Callus called on us to clear out the infestation and defeat the corrupted Galron. While exploring
so we helped out Callus? Why we do that? Why we help him? Yeah, the Nine is very interesting. Like that realm where Shorty was like, where Drifter was talking to that Shorty, looked so like enchanting or cool. Savathun been controlling things. I mean, like, for real. Like, how, what power does she have to just be manipulating everybody like this? Now we know who the next big bad in D2 gonna be after Sweet Sister. That is her power? Controlling, manipulation? Oh. Oh. Wait, so the witness tricked them, blah blah blah, and then it gave them powers? Still?
Eris mourn and defeat the corrupted Galron. While exploring the moon, Eris Morn came across a hidden pyramid ship of the darkness, sleeping in the depths of a massive cave. With its discovery, the ship brought nightmares, haunting figures of friends and enemies long past. Eris instructed us to find a way inside. After facing nightmares of our prior enemies, we slowly forged a Dream Bane armor set that would allow us to enter the pyramid. Inside, the pyramid seemingly possessed our ghost in order to talk to us. We explored the ship and inside. After facing nightmares of our prior enemies, we slowly forged a Dream Bane armor set that would allow us to enter the pyramid. Inside, the pyramid seemingly possessed our ghost in order to talk to us. We explored the ship and captured an artifact that we brought back for Eris. The darkness also showed as a haunting mirror image of ourselves, and told us that they are not our friend, not our enemy, but our salvation. At this time, the Vex began invading haunting mirror image of ourselves, and told Eris. The darkness also showed as a haunting mirror image of ourselves, and told us that they are not our friend, not our enemy, but our salvation. At this time, the Vex began invading the moon, and we learned that the Undying Mind, which we had previously defeated, was behind this. We worked to construct a special Vex portal that could bring the Undying Mind from all timelines into ours, where we could finally defeat it for good. Osiris had been trying to find a way to navigate the corridors of time in order to bring his lover, Saint 14, back to life, and he created the sun.
Huh? No. That's a GG, Enzo. Might as well take that helm off, huh? Never played Destiny? This is so baffling to watch. What up, Terminus? It is kind of crazy, isn't it? Wow. See, I never really messed with Osiris, and now, at least now I gotta read.
Where we could finally defeat it for good. Osiris had been trying to find a way to navigate the corridors of time in order to bring his lover, Saint 14, back to life, and he created the sundial in order to do so. However, his objective proved impossible until the Undying Mind's defeat, which opened up a new timeline that perhaps provided a better opportunity to save his dear friend. At the same time, a few Cabal Science Sisters discovered the sundial. They wanted to use the sundial in order to find a way to change the past and have the Cabal win the Red War and succeed the sundial.
Saint ain't so saint.
Cabal Science Sisters discovered the sundial. They wanted to use the sundial in order to find a way to change the past and have the Cabal win the Red War and succeed in their invasion of the last city.
Wait, hold on.
We intervened in order to... They wanted to use the sundial in order to find a way to change the past and have the Cabal win the Red War and succeed in their invasion of the last city. We intervened in order to prevent them from making this timeline a reality. In our quest to defeat these sisters, we also found a way to intervene during key moments in Saint 14's past, and we were able to find a way to save him and bring him back to modern times. We also experienced a strange moment when exploring the corridors of time and unlocking its puzzles, and strangely we found our own grave, laid with our favorite weapon, Bastion. We proceeded to defeat 3 out of the 4 sisters, leaving just 1 remaining to try and see their plan through. The final remaining Scion sister resorted to desperate measures and sent the Red Legion's planet killer ship, the Almighty, into a collision course with the last city. We joined up with Anna Bray to try and power up some of Rasputin's satellites and defense systems to take the Almighty down before it destroyed the final remnants of humanity. After bringing numerous Seraph bunkers online and expanding our defenses, we watched as the Almighty was destroyed by Rasputin shortly before it would crash into the last city. During this time, Rasputin also revealed that many pyramid ships were quickly approaching our solar system, giving everyone an impending sense of doom. After a brief time, the pyramid ships arrived, and despite Rasputin's best attempts, they would not go down easily. The darkness tried to communicate with us, but something was getting in its way. Nokris, the brother of Crota, became the supplicant of the Hive Witch Queen Savathun and taught her necromancy. She also tasked him with running interference so we could not commune with the darkness and learn of its powers. Eris believed that investigating the darkness was important for avoiding a second collapse, but Commander Zavala did not approve. He did eventually allow us to assist Eris, though.
Man, who made this dude
Eris
commander?
believed that investigating the darkness was important for avoiding a second collapse, but Commander Zavala did not approve. He did eventually allow us to assist Eris, though, and during our investigations, we were once again confronted by Nokris. We defeated him for the final time, and this allowed a path to open between us and the darkness itself. The darkness spoke to us once again through our ghost, and it invited us to Europa to take up its ancient power. As the darkness encroached on the Sol system, it consumed many planets, including Mars, Titan, Io, and Mercury. We decided to including Mars. As the darkness encroached on the Sol system, it consumed many planets, including Mars, Titan, Io, and Mercury. We decided to answer the call of the darkness, and we ventured to Europa, a moon of Jupiter. Our Elixni friend Varix was there, and he had sent out a distress call for help after finding a splinter of the darkness. While he was making the call, the Exostranger appeared and stole the splinter before quickly disappearing. Another Elixni by the name of Aramis was also here in search of the splinter, and she had been granted the power of stasis by the darkness. She confronted Varix and used the power of stasis to freeze him in place. However, we arrived and set him free before her minions could do away with him. To help us on our search for Aramis, the stranger gave us the splinter she had stolen from Varix and coached us about the darkness power she had learned to use. We communed with the darkness and slowly grew in our own use of stasis. We used its power to take down Aramis's lieutenants, and eventually Aramis.
This is where y'all came in. Yup. What's up, Zay? They possessed your ghost on the moon? I have so many questions, Terminus. That's my answer to you. I'm never touching that helmet. Even though they buffing it in the next patch. Yeah, our own grave. Yeah, that one was... I don't even know what to think of that. Biff will fill in all the questions. Yeah, I figured as much. That's why I'm just trying to watch through and remember what I can, because I know he can probably go. I mean, when you make some that long a video, hours long, it's definitely got to be in depth. Happy Mother's Day. I'm not a mom, but thanks.
Herself by turning her into a statue of stasis. His lieutenants, and eventually Aramis herself by turning her into a statue of stasis. We then worked with the stranger, now known to us as Anna's sister, Elsie Bray, to learn. We then worked.
Beyond Light was in D1? If our ghost can be controlled by the witness, do we trust it any longer? Will it raise us, or will the witness control it so it will not? So many questions. Nah, this D2? Oh, his graphics just looking buns. Okay.
Eventually Aramis herself by turning her into a statue of stasis. We then worked with the stranger, now known to us as Anna's sister, Elsie Bray, to learn more about their past. In the process, we learned more about their extremely significant father, Clovis Bray, who founded Braytech, created the Exos, and built this massive facility on Europa. At this time, Oryx and Savathun's sister, Xivu Arath, was wreaking absolute havoc. She destroyed Osiris's ghost, Sagira, while he was on the moon, leaving him very vulnerable and without his light. We went to the moon to rescue him, and as we were cleaning up the hive, a familiar face dealt a final blow to a hive knight, saving Osiris's life. He introduced himself as Crow, but we knew him as none other than Ultron Sov. He said his boss wanted to see us and called us to the reef. The risen Guardian Uldren, now known as Crow, was basically a new person since he had no memories of his past life and wrongdoings. Despite this, every Guardian hated him and would kill him on sight. He felt like he had nowhere to go, but eventually he found the spider and began working for him. Crow took us to the spider, and together they asked us to assist in clearing out Xivu Arath's Wrathborn from the Tangled Shore. It turned out they had infected the Dreaming City as well, so together we worked to eliminate their forces. After defeating Xivu Arath's commanding High Celebrant, our Guardian tricked the spider into freeing Crow. We returned with him to the tower, not quite sure how people would react to seeing that face again. Callus's daughter, Keitel, who had a hand in Gaul's rise and Callus's exile, decided to come to Seoul and have the Guardians join.
Wait. So she just was like, what word am I looking for? A traitor? From the get-go. She never messed with her daddy. Callus is the buns boy of all buns boys. His daughter even said she don't even mess with him. That's crazy. Not the graphics. Nah, they was kind of F-Zuri. I know you seen that. I had me thinking I was in D1. I'm like, what? Big content creators be running the game at medium settings. The spider was the hustler of destiny. Did the witness let a certain lady gain power to kill another entity so she was out of the way? What? Callus killed her dog? Oh, wow. Hey, I'd be mad if my daddy killed my dog too. Period. Especially if my daddy was a buns boy and killed my dog.
Callus's daughter, Keitel, who had a hand in Gaul's rise and Callus's exile, decided to come to Seoul and have the Guardians join her empire. She was seeking help in her battle against the Hive because the Cabal homeworld had been destroyed by Xivu Arath's forces. Zavala refused her invitation, and tensions were very high. Osiris also assigned Crow to be his bodyguard, but urged him to keep at Osiris also assigned Crow to be his bodyguard, but urged him to keep at a distance with his mask on, as not to be recognized as the murderer of Kate 6. Eventually, Zavala agreed to challenge Keitel in the right of proving and picked us as his champion to face off against Keitel's top champion. We battled and picked us as his champion to face off. Zavala agreed to challenge Keitel in the right of proving and picked us as his champion to face off against Keitel's top champion. We battled, and after we defeated her champion, Keitel agreed to a truce with the Vanguard. While undergoing a blood oath with Zavala, another Scion attempted to kill Zavala, and Crow's identity was revealed as he stepped in to protect him. Around this time, Wistom's identity was revealed.
Wow, Crow, you just had to do that, didn't you?
With Zavala, another Scion attempted to kill Zavala, and Crow's identity was revealed as he stepped in to protect him. Around this time, we stumbled upon an abandoned Cabal ship that seemed to be from Callus's fleet called the Glycon. We investigated the ship, but it was filled with nothing to be from.
Kate is in the Traveler inside the Witness without a ghost? I believe so, G-Man. Zavala always be the problem, for real. Time to clock back in. I'll be passively watching. Alright, Zuri. It's getting crazy. Inside the Traveler. Yes. Yes, Inside the Traveler. With no ghosts, apparently. Bald people are the answer.
From Callus's fleet. Around this time, we stumbled upon an abandoned Cabal ship that seemed to be from Callus's fleet called the Glycon. We investigated the ship, but it was filled with nothing but scorn and some interesting flora. We eventually discovered the crown, but it was filled with nothing but scorn. His fleet called the Glycon. We investigated the ship, but it was filled with nothing but scorn and some interesting flora. We eventually discovered the Crown of Sorrow was here and previously was used by Callus to communicate with the Witness, and Osiris decided to retrieve it despite its dangers. We now had a newly forged alliance with Keidel's Cabal forces, but things were still not going very well. The last city had been plunged into an endless night by the Vex, and the sun did not rise for the first time in our history. Ikora asked us to collaborate with the friendly Elixni Mithrax, and he helped us navigate the Vex network to combat the Vex. Mithrax and his people were then invited to seek refuge in the Vex network to combat the Vex. Mithrax and his people were then invited to seek refuge in the Fallen Quarter and eventually the last city, and this was seen as a controversial choice in the navigate the Vex. Ikora asked us to collaborate with the friendly Elixni Mithrax, and he helped us navigate the Vex network to combat the Vex. Mithrax and his people were then invited to seek refuge in the Fallen Quarter and eventually the last city, and this was seen as a controversial choice in the opinions of some less trusting humans. The leader of future war cult, Lakshmi, was one of the most outspoken voices against these new residents, and unfortunately some crimes were committed against our new neighbors. We discovered that Savathun, through the taken mind of Korea, was behind the endless night. The Guardians worked to defeat Korea so the sun could once again rise. When Korea was eventually defeated and the Elixni protected from the Vex incursion, a new alliance was forged between humanity and the Elixni. There were suspicions that Osiris may have been involved with the Endless Night, and so Ikora put out a warrant for his arrest. With the help of Crow and Saint 14, we went into the Dreaming City and found him alongside Mara Sof.
Okay, hold on.
Osiris, Saint Night, and
Buddy going fast,
Korea, so that some crimes were committed against our new neighbors. We discovered that Savathun, through the taking refuge in the Fallen work to combat the Vex, with the friendly Elixni Mithrax, and he helped us navigate the Vex network to combat the Vex. Mithrax and his people were then invited to seek refuge in the Fallen Quarter and eventually the last city, and this was seen as a controversial choice in the opinions of some less trusting humans. The leader of future war cult, Lakshmi, was one of the most outspoken voices against these new residents, and unfortunately some crimes were committed against our new neighbors. We discovered that Savathun, through the taken mind of Korea, was behind the Endless Night. The Guardians worked to defeat Korea so the sun could once again rise. When Korea was eventually defeated and the Elixni protected from the Vex incursion, a new alliance was forged between humanity and the Elixni. There were suspicions that Osiris may have been involved with the Endless Night, and so Ikora put out a warrant for his arrest. With the help of Crow and Saint 14, we went into the Dreaming City and found him alongside Mara Sof. Osiris then revealed that he was actually Savathun and alongside Mara Sof. Osiris then revealed we went into the Dreaming City and found him alongside Mara Sof.
Okay.
Osiris then revealed that he was actually Savathun, and she had taken his form after saving him from her sister Xivu Arath. Marasov then put Savathun into a chrysalis form at her request, which was essentially like transforming her into a cocoon. Into a saving. Osiris then revealed that he was actually Savathun, and she had taken his form after saving him from her sister Xivu Arath. Marasov then put Savathun into a chrysalis form at her request, which was essentially like transforming her into a cocoon. This was in an attempt to expunge the worm from Savathun, the worm that she had been in service to ever since she left Fundament. We then proceeded to work on freeing.
Wait, when did Osiris get captured by Xivu? Or did I just forget?
Holy cow! Holy cow! Holy cow!
Yo, Z Puffy Fish, I appreciate the raid. Thank you. Thank you for that.
You're so sweet. Thank you so much.
What's up? When he lost his ghost, then Zivu kidnapped him? That part was never actually shown. Let me go to YouTube because you don't care about us Facebook folk. Ouch! Ouch! Wow, plutonium. I'm trying my best. Learning this confusing lore, retwisting my hair, and got 3 chats up at once. Pardon me. But no, I did not play D1. I went straight to 2. And thank you for the stars. I appreciate that. Sorry I missed it.
You're so sweet.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Had no idea you had a Twitch account. Yes, yes, yes. Yes, 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 yes. Is Zuri? Oh, what's up, Zuri? Yep. All goes well. I'm always on Twitch when I'm streaming on YouTube. Alright, I got you, Puffy Fish. Okay.
Some of Marasov's tech units ever since she left Fundament. We then proceeded to work on freeing some of Marasov's tech units that were trapped in the Ascendant Realm while also fighting back Zivo-Arath's forces. After enough time had passed, Marasov performed the ritual to finally excise the worm from Savathun. Savathun's cocoon shattered and she instantly escaped, leaving a weakened Osiris in her place. Though thankful for his return, Osiris would be very ill and in a coma for some time, and there was no cure in sight. After her escape, Savathun traveled to the last city to see the Traveler. She was gravely injured following the removal of her worm. She called out to the Traveler in her final moments, declaring herself as a supplicant in its service before she died. However, not all was lost for her, because she was soon resurrected by a ghost by the name of Amaru. Along with some of her Lucent Hive brood, Savathun gained the powers of the light. Just like a guardian though, she had lost her memory, so if she wanted to see her plans through, she needed to find a way to regain them. Strangely, Mars had returned from the darkness, and there, Savathun's ship and an entrance to her throne world appeared. Ikora called us in a way to regain. She had lost her memory, so if she wanted to see her plans through, she needed to find a way to regain them. Strangely, Mars had returned from the darkness, and there, Savathun's ship and an entrance to her throne world appeared. Ikora called us in to investigate. Along our journey, we came across a ghost named Finch who was refusing to revive his Hive Lightbearer and was instead trying to figure out what Savathun was up to by using—
He a G. Pungent. Tricked us into removing her worm so she could get the light. I was thinking, like, at her request, if she requested to be trapped in the ice, clearly she has some type of plan. Then they just did it, like, not thinking that, oh, maybe she trying to do something. Yeah, she requests anything, it's a trap, for real. One sec. There we go. I don't know why my cloud bot wasn't on Twitch. That command should work now, Zuri. Having a great stream. Thank you, Zuri. I appreciate that.
Oh, you're so sweet. Thank you so much.
Sorry it wasn't working for you on Twitch. I think I fixed it now, but thank you for the super chat. I appreciate that. Have a good rest of your shift at work. Thank you. Thank you much. G-Man. I wonder if the command will work over here.
Using the light, in hopes of understanding what her plan across a ghost named Finch, who was refusing to revive his Hive Lightbearer and was instead trying to figure out what Savathun was up to by using the light. In hopes of understanding what her plans were, Finch unknowingly sent us on a scavenger hunt throughout her throne world. We were searching for artifacts that ultimately allowed Savathun to recover her memories that she lost when she was revived and became a Lightbearer. During the Vanguard's investigations of a worm familiar recovered from Savathun's temple, Ikora learned of the history of the Hive, that they were not always destined for evil, but were originally supposed to be chosen by the light before the darkness intervened.
So you gotta get your sauce together. You gotta, you know, like you gotta get your sauce together, man. Like you gotta, if you ain't got no sauce, like, hey, you ain't got no sauce no more. Like, so you gotta get your sauce together. You gotta.
Hey, Westco. Thank you for the sub. Welcome to the Cool Kids Club. Shout out to you.
Oh, you're so sweet. Thank you so much.
Thank you. It's funny because oh, hold on. Let me replay that again.
Tangerine, yeah, I call it sweet and sour. Tangerine, yeah, I call it sweet and sour.
Yo, so I press mute on the alerts and it seems to only mute the YouTube ones, I guess. Oh, that's yo, appreciate it. Thank you, Zuri. Thank you. Oh, right, you are Fwesco. Right, I forgot. Sorry. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, you're so sweet. Thank you so
Wow. I forgot that fast. My bad. I appreciate it.
City, and it seemed that Savathun had brought it in, but were originally supposed to be chosen by the light before the darkness intervened. Despite these learnings, the traveler had disappeared from the last city, and it seemed that Savathun, despite these were originally supposed to be chosen by the light, investigations of a worm familiar recovered from Savathun that ultimately sent us by using the light. In hopes of understanding what her plans were, Finch unknowingly sent us on a scavenger hunt throughout her throne world. We were searching for artifacts that ultimately allowed Savathun to recover her memories that she lost when she was revived and became a Lightbearer. During the Vanguard's investigations of a worm familiar recovered from Savathun's temple.
So wait, Finch basically helped Savathun, but he wasn't doing it on purpose, right?
During the Vanguard's investigations of a worm familiar recovered from Savathun's temple, Ikora learned of the history of the Hive, that they were not always destined for evil, but were originally supposed to be chosen by the light before the darkness intervened. Despite these learnings, the traveler had disappeared from the last city, and it seemed that Savathun had brought it into her throne world. But this was something that the Vanguard could not allow. We ultimately battled Savathun in order to rescue the Traveler, and during this time we revealed the truth about the Darkness's deception against her, something that she could not believe. We eventually defeated her, but her ghost Amaru escaped before it could be destroyed. The Vanguard took Savathun's remains for safekeeping. At this point, the witness was revealed to us for the first time. It called out the Traveler for all of the death that it had caused. In Savathun's throne world, we discovered a pyramid ship, and inside was one of the witness's disciples named Rolk. We went in and defeated him, dealing the witness a major blow. Keitel agreed to use her forces to help battle against the Lucent Hive that had infected parts of the Sol system. She made use of her scions to wage psychic warfare against Savathun's brood to sever their connection to the light and capture their leaders so they could learn about their goals. Crow raised ethical questions about this strategy and intervened with the equipment facilitating these operations, accidentally killing the scions in the process. Keitel demanded Crow raised ethical questions about this strategy and intervened with the equipment facilitating these operations, accidentally killing the scions in the process. Keitel demanded Crow's life as punishment, but Saladin stepped in and offered himself instead.
Oh, wow.
Impressed, she decided to spare Crow, and she made Saladin a member of her war council, becoming Bracca's Forge. Around this time, we also learned that Callus had aligned himself with the Witness and the Black Fleet, and had been supporting the Scion faction that had previously attempted to assassinate Zavala. Callus's ship, the Leviathan, suddenly revealed itself above the moon. Guardians investigated and learned that the Leviathan suddenly revealed itself above the moon. Guardians investigated and learned that the ship was now also haunted by nightmares. Eris Morn then conducted a hive ritual binding us, Zavala, Crow, the Lunar Pyramid. Despite their best effort, Callus immediately weakening Callus's connection with the Lunar Pyramid. Harvester.
He helped trick us into giving her... So he did it on purpose?
You gotta get your sauce together. You gotta, you gotta get your sauce together, man. Like, you gotta, if you ain't got no sauce, like, hey, you ain't got no sauce no more. Like, so you gotta get your sauce together. You gotta.
Yo, Jay Wright, I appreciate the membership. Welcome.
Oh, you're so sweet. Thank you so much.
Welcome to the Cool Kids Squad. You just spilled your drink. Spit your drink out. Crow not being a computer tech just kind of killed somebody because he didn't know how to properly shut down the machine. That's why they have a part in Iron Banner now. Who does? Wow, so Finch betrayed us? Oh, wow.
We used the harvest.
I mean, we should have seen it coming. He literally was refusing to revive his own light guardian. So why would we trust him to have any loyalty at all?
To take the nightmares haunting the Alaro and a nightmare harvester. We used the harvester to take the nightmares haunting the allies, sever them, and then bind them to the Crown of Sorrow, weakening Callus's connection with the Lunar Pyramid. Despite their best effort, Callus immediately still took control of the pyramid. We rushed in with our team, and Keitel confronted her father's consciousness. Together with Keitel, we defeated it, but Callus, now a disciple of the Witness, was still a threat. Callus later sent a warning message to the last city, father's consciousness. Together with Keitel, we defeated it, but Callus, now a disciple of the Witness, was still a threat. Callus later sent a warning message to the last city and informed everyone that the Witness is coming for the Traveler and that it cannot be stopped. Drifter enlisted the Guardian to help smuggle the Spider into the Elixni Quarter of the last city. Once there, the Spider asked us to go find his catch on Europa and take it back from the House of Salvation. We learned from Mithrax and his daughter, the scribe Ido, that Aramis had been released from her stasis prison by the Witness.
Bruh, in Destiny, ain't nobody ever really dead. Never. Nobody ever really dead. They just temporarily out of the picture. That's it.
relics which contained of salvation. We learned from Mithrax and his daughter, the scribe Ido, that Aramis had been released from her stasis prison by the Witness, and she was now trying to find relics which contained body parts of Nezarec. These relics were thought to be quite powerful, so the Guardians hunted them down to keep them away from the Witness. Ultimately, Mithrax used these relics to prepare a concoction to revive the sleeping Osiris. Anna Bray had been attempting to bring back the Warmind Rasputin ever since
Wait, who made the concoction?
Anna Bray, a concoction away from the Witness. Ultimately, Mithrax used these relics to prepare a concoction to revive the sleeping Osiris. Anna Bray had been attempting to bring back the Warmind Rasputin ever since Mars was consumed by the darkness. The forces of Xivu Arath infected Braytech on Europa, so we had to fight our way through in order to reach Clovis Bray's AI. Once online, Rasputin informed us of Clovis Bray's plans. Clovis wanted to use the Warmind to destroy the Traveler so that he himself could instead become humanity's savior, and obviously we could not let this happen. We also learned that Xivu Arath was preparing to invade Earth. Aramis, by order of the Witness, had gained control of the Warmind and had intended to use the Warsat network to destroy the Traveler. Sensing its impending destruction, the Traveler began to leave Earth. But while it was leaving, Rasputin asked Anna to activate his self-destruct sequence, destroying him, but in turn, preventing the Traveler's destruction. The plan was successful, Rasputin was destroyed, and therefore the Traveler stopped fleeing in low Earth orbit. Aramis, having lived through the whirlwind way back when the Traveler abandoned the Elixni, asked why the Traveler stayed. The Witness replied, because it has no low Earth orbit. Aramis, having lived through the whirlwind way back when the Traveler abandoned the Elixni, asked why the Traveler stayed. The Witness replied, because it has nowhere else to run, as the pyramids were now on Earth's doorstep. We then received a hidden message from Rasputin that he had recorded before his destruction, and it revealed that a hidden city was on Neptune, where perhaps one of Savathun's secrets could be found in order to help against the Witness.
G-Man, you funny. Clovis is the one who created exos like Kate. Wait, so but they said that Clovis wanted to destroy the Traveler so he could be the hero. So was that Clovis or was that Rasputin? That whole thing with him and the AI is confusing to me. The Cabal and Iron Banner. Oh. He even had a contingency plan. As the Exo Gunsmith in the tower was originally supposed to be Clovis's new... Oh, Banshee. Clovis created Rasputin. Right, yes, he was a human. He was Anna and... I don't know what the other girl name is, but that was their dad. I don't know what happened to him, but he created Rasputin. Why did he create Rasputin? Elsie, yes. Grandpa? What?
Perhaps one of Savathun's secrets could be found, and we then received a hidden message from Rasputin that he had recorded before his destruction, and it revealed that a hidden city was on Neptune, where perhaps one of Savathun's secrets could be found in order to help against the Witness. The Witness arrived at the Traveler and was given a vision of the location of the Veil on Neptune, exactly where Savathun had previously hidden it. The Witness then sent Callus and his forces to gain access to it. Working off of the intelligence provided by Rasputin's message, we also arrived on Neptune at this time along with Osiris. There we met the Cloudstriders Rohan and Nimbus, who were protecting a hidden human population that relied on the Veil for their survival. We also discovered the power of Strand, and used it in our fight to prevent Callus's access to the Veil. Callus first tried to construct a radial mast to help connect the Witness to the Veil, but due to our efforts and Rohan's sacrifice, we were able to destroy it. Callus then tried to capture the Veil by brute force. Keitel and her forces held him off for some time, but ultimately Callus pushed past them and made his way to the Veil. It was there that we confronted him and ultimately defeated him for good. However, after his death, our ghost became possessed and forged a connection with the Veil, providing a vital link that allowed the Witness to open a portal into the Traveler. The Witness then proceeded to enter the Traveler. This is where it hoped to forge its final shape, its perfect version of reality, and no one else was able to follow. During this time, Callus's Shadow Legion cabal had been taking human prisoners. Despite not being—
all of this stuff is at least this stuff is familiar to me. This new stuff. He created Rasputin to protect humanity, but wanted to do so with the savior complex. Oh. Okay. But okay, so then who is Rasputin? He's just a bot? He's just the AI? Like the person, like him being able to talk, that isn't anybody? That's just the AI inside of him? He made Elsie sick on purpose so he could do experiments on her and turn her into an exo. Oh, wait. This is sour, boy.
You like it or no?
It's just sour.
You like it or no?
I would probably prefer not to have to bite it. Talking about its own brand. No, brand is both sweet and sour, not just one. Advanced AI, the ones we have. Okay. To save Drake from Kendra. Oh my goodness, shut up.
Of reality, and no one else was able to follow. During this time, Callus's Shadow Legion cabal had been taking human prisoners. Despite not being guardians, Devrim K, Amanda Holiday, and Mithrax began leading operations to rescue these captives.
Oh, that's a Dev on the left.
Amanda Holiday and Mithrax began leading operations. Despite not being guardians, Devrim K, Amanda Holiday, and Mithrax began leading operations to rescue these captives. Since the Witness was now inside the Traveler and there was no clear way to follow it, we set out to help with their rescue. In order to break through their prisons, we would travel in and out of the Ascendant Plane. During one such mission, Aramis reached out to Mithrax and warned that if he proceeded with this particular rescue attempt, he would die. Despite her warning, Mithrax and Amanda Holiday decided to proceed. Mithrax found the prisoners, but then the facility went into lockdown. Amanda hotwired the facility to allow their escape, but moments later, an explosion took her life. During Mithrax's escape, Aramis also comes and places down some stasis to save Mithrax from the explosion. Zavala was particularly devastated by the loss of Amanda. She had sacrificed her life despite only having one to give. The Guardians continued to look for a way through the portal in the Traveler, but everything continued to fail. Titan had looked for a way.
Like we know. Nobody is ever really dead in Destiny. Why did Aramis help Mithrax? Like, I mean, maybe they just got like a bond because they're the same breed.
Through the portal, despite only having one to give.
Thanks.
The Guardians continued to look for a way through the portal in the Traveler, but everything continued to fail. Titan had returned from the darkness, and Deputy Commander Sloan turned out to be alive, but in trouble. We traveled there and discovered that she had been connecting with a giant sea leviathan named Asa. Asa wanted to help us in our fight against the Witness, so we worked to strengthen Sloan and Asa's connection so that she could communicate with us. Asa told us about the origins of the Witness and how it embodies an entire civilization that has been hunting the Traveler for millennia in order to create the final shape. We also learned that Savathun was the only one who could help us find our way into the Traveler to pursue the Witness. It became clear that we needed to allow Savathun's ghost, Amaro, to resurrect the Witch Queen, but he would only do that if the Guardians helped in defeating Xivu Arath. In order to do so, Eris Morn needed to become much stronger, so through the use of the Acolyte Staff, she underwent a ritual to become a Hive god herself. We became one of her acolytes and we tithed our tributes of war. Every enemy we defeated made her stronger. We continued to strengthen ourselves by battling against Xivu's forces and eventually by slaying one of her top soldiers. At this point, Amaro finally resurrected Savathun, who was then immediately killed by Eris Morn. During this time, she briefly became the most powerful Hive who has ever lived due to enacting sword logic. Eris then used this power to banish Xivu Arath from her throne world, making her a mortal. Savathun was then resurrected again and she departed, but she left her ghost.
What is going on? Why they play games all their life? Kill Savathun, red Savathun, killer Rezer. Destiny like the Mortal Kombat universe where nobody really died. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. So they ran Savathun to kill Savathun. Let me go back.
Who was then immediately killed.
That was a crazy death. Straight gangster status.
Staff, she underwent a ritual to become a Hive god herself. We became one of her acolytes and we tithed our tributes of war. Every enemy we defeated made her stronger. We continued to strengthen ourselves by battling against Xivu's forces and eventually by slaying one of her top soldiers. At this point, Amaro finally resurrected Savathun, who was then immediately killed by Eris Morn. During this time, she briefly became the most powerful Hive who has ever lived due to enacting sword logic. Eris then used this power to banish Xivu Arath from her throne world, making her a mortal. Savathun was then resurrected again and she departed, but she left her ghost behind. While she was flying though, our guardian noticed a pattern in her wings. A pattern that while she was then resurrected again and she departed, but she left her ghost behind. While she was flying though, our guardian noticed a pattern in her wings. A pattern that actually represented the 15th and final wish granted by Riven before her defeat a number of years ago. After discovering the 15th wish, we traveled to the Dreaming City to invoke it. The spirit of Riven appeared before us, but rejected our wish. It turned out that Riven was upset over the loss of all her eggs. In order for her to grant us that wish, Riven wished to strike a bargain. She asked for us to first recover some of her remaining eggs that had been lost throughout time. We accepted and began to recover her eggs scattered across the Ascendant Realm. Once all of the eggs had been recovered, Riven finally granted this last wish, creating a portal into the Traveler, but only one person could pass through. Due to his extremely strong connection with his sister, it was decided that Crow would be the single person to enter the Traveler. The plan is that he can use his strong connection with Marasav to form a bridge we can all cross. So Crow has gone through the portal and is now on his way inside the Traveler. As expected, Marasav can still feel his presence, so it's only a matter of time before we can follow. Although we've witnessed quite a story over these past 10 years, we've also seen some absolutely incredible weapons in the history of Destiny. From the reign of the original Galahorn to the dominance of the Brave Arsenal, these weapons have defined our experiences as Guardians, and that's why I recommend watching this video covering the entire—
Oh man. Okay. What up, OG GOAT? All right. So it's Biff time now. Bad player demand. I know, right? I mean, all these people in the Destiny universe who got murdered or killed and rezzed. They better have bring back Cade, the freak. If anybody deserve it, it's him. And I don't even know him like that. But I do know him like that at the same time. Biff, yes, yes. Okay. So this was the most recent one that I think I found. Oh wait, no, this was 6 years ago. This one was the most recent one I found, which was 4 years ago. Why am I? Oh, there we go. So unless you have a better one, Greg, that you want to send me, this is the one I'm gonna watch. K was there longer than D2 had been out. Oh, he said he working on the updated video. Oh, this was 8 days ago. An updated version of this video ahead of final shape. It'll be live in a few weeks. Oh man, I almost wanted to just watch that one. But that's a few weeks from now, so that's after final shape, or if not right before. Why is it so delayed?
Greetings, Guardians. My name is Bife here.
Oh my goodness, his voice.
Of 5 years of studying the lore and stories of Destiny. This is the complete story of Destiny so far. Until Destiny 3 comes along, that is. Now, I know that a lot of you who are in my audience absolutely love these long videos, but for those of you who are watching this and are thinking that the video is something you might not want to watch in one stretch, don't worry, I have designed it quite deliberately with that in mind. I've broken the video up into a bunch of different chronological sections so that you've got different points where you can stop and start at your leisure. Beyond just this, if you want to catch up on a particular section, or if you are simply missing one part of Destiny's history, you can find a timestamp to navigate to them down below in the description, unless you are watching this live at the premiere. Before we start, I think I should also lend my thanks and my words here to a pair who helped immeasurably in the process of creating.
Did I do the
this
mission and get the
video.
exotic ship?
Captain Tullus and Mr. Monkus.
For which
Tullus
season?
helped me edit this massive project and
I don't
to
think so.
create something truly incredible for you all to watch. And Monkus helped create.
You know I got the sauce. You know I'm saucy.
Artwork.
Wow,
which he did
15
for
million.
free, even when I repeatedly asked to commission him. The very least that you guys can do is show your appreciation for these two gentlemen.
0
in
hour?
the comment
Yeah.
section down below.
Don't you gotta wait
And
till
if
like
you love any of
next
the
week to
art
get the
that you've
last
seen in
thing
this
for it?
video, you will find a link to Monkus's website down below where
Yo,
you can find
K4
prints of all of the
Rash,
pieces that
thank you for the
Monkus
sub.
creates. These ones
Welcome to
may
the
be up there
Saucinator,
by
I
the time
appreciate
the video
it.
is live. But with all of that said, I think you've waited long enough. It's time to tell you all the complete story of Destiny, from the ancient history of Fundament, all the way to the Shadow Keep of Luna. So, let us begin.
That Oryx artwork is the background on your phone? Really? Yeah, this mango is too sour, boy. I gotta take like breaks in between. Oh, the Cade cutscene with Crow? Oh, yeah, I got that one. Yeah, I did. Yeah. Let's get it.
The ancient history of Destiny starts not with humanity, and not with Earth. The records from this time supposedly date back millions of years, with a record of histories and ceremony kept by the Hive, known only as the Books of Sorrow. The veracity of these accounts is sometimes thrown into question, with one of the Hive gods even scrawling in its pages that they are full of lies. But as it stands, these books represent our only record of a series of times from millions to potentially hundreds of millions of years ago that would otherwise be lost and unrecognizable to us. And so, with nothing else to tell us any better, and armed with the knowledge that these records may be imperfect, we must start with the records made in the Books of Sorrow, not at Earth, but on a distant shadowed world called Fundament. Fundament was a gas giant, one so massive that its gravity could pull other planets down beneath its clouds, where they would impact on its surface oceans. The remains of these planets would form into continents, and on these continents, life of a sort would struggle to carve out an existence. The smallest form of life on Fundament was that of the Krill, and they were constantly under threat from the harsh world upon which they lived.
Wait, krill is like the shrimp. The little shrimp little things who are very tiny. Y'all ever seen Happy Feet? I think it's Happy Feet 3. Them little shrimp that was underneath in the sea getting eaten by all the whales. That's funny. They the smallest form too. In Destiny. Shrimp. They not shrimp, but they look like shrimp. Hold on, I gotta show y'all. Quick sidebar. Happy Feet 3 Krill. Oh, Krillin. That's what they was called. Oh, my face blocking. Hold on. Them things. Them weird looking things. Ugh. Oh. Oh. They real. Okay.
There were many nations of Krill, from the harsh world upon which they lived. There were many nations of Krill, and one such nation was the Osmium Court, and their king, its ruler, was about to be put through dire straits. Their king was 10, a long and withering existence for the short-lived Krill, save for their mother spawn who lived significantly longer. The king of the court had 3 offspring.
Wait, he was 10 years old?
Krill, save for their mother. A long and withering existence for the short-lived Krill, save for their mother spawn who lived significantly longer. The king of the court had 3 offspring. Shiro, the youngest, who aspired to the ways of combat so she might seek adventure and defend her people. Sathona, the wisest, one who wished to consume the royal jelly and become a long-lived mother so that she could learn all of the secrets of the world. And Aurash, the eldest, she who was to become the next ruler of the Osmium Court, she who was to take the King Morph and to replace her aging father. Though they could not possibly know it, these 3 siblings would change the universe forever and would be led down a path of destruction.
Okay, wait, I'm gonna guess that these 3 are Zevu, Savathun, and what's his name? Oryx? I don't know what the brother's name is. I forget. Let me guess. Which one is who?
She of the world, and Aurash, the eldest, consumed the royal jelly and become a long-lived mother so that she could learn all of them, aspired to the ways of combat.
So Zero, oh, that's Zevu all day. Aspire to the ways of combat. That's Zevu all day.
So she might seek adventure and defend her people. Sathona, the wisest, one who wished to consume the royal jelly and become a long-lived mother so that she could learn all of the secrets of the world. And Aurash, the eldest, she who was to become the next ruler of the Osmium Court.
I'm gonna guess Sathona is Savathun, and this one is Oryx.
Her aging father.
Even though you would think that Savathun is the one who wanna rule over everything, cause she keep coming up the most in all of Destiny, doing stuff behind the scenes. But
though they could not possibly know it, these 3 siblings would change the universe forever, and would be led down a path of destruction so great that it would shake the foundations of reality itself. But this all began with their father's assassination. Their father was senile at the time. Most Krill who were long-lived would die at the age of 8, but at 10 years old the king was being driven to madness. But to some, it was evident that there was at least some method in his madness. He would study the sky, raving of moons above Fundament's eternal storm clouds, and always he was accompanied by his familiar, a white worm-like thing that was dead but had washed up from the sea depths. In a state of despondence and in response to the king's consistent madness, Teox, a mother of the Osmium Court, wrote to their arch-enemies, the Helium Drinkers, begging for them to kill the king of the Osmium Court and to slay his 3 offspring, offering to rule as a regent for them beneath their command in his stead. The Helium Drinkers happily accepted and slew the Osmium King. but they were not fast enough to slay his progeny. Shiro, Sathona, and Ulrash fled with their father's familiar and took a ship out onto the great oceans of Fundament. Upon its mast, they swore in blood that in their lifetimes they would return to the Osmium court and avenge their father, kill Teox and the Helium Drinkers, and understand the doom that their father spoke of as he raved in what many believed to be madness, but the sisters were slowly starting to realize might well be something to be concerned of. The doom that their father spoke of was later divined by Ulrash, who remembered the last words that her father had said to her, namely, that the moons were different and that the laws were bent. He made a sign representing a syzygy, and it was this that revealed to Ulrash the nature of their doom. In the skies above Fundament, there were 52 moons in orbit, but if all of them fell into the correct alignment, they would pull in the same direction all at once, and they would therefore pull the vast waters of Fundament's oceans into a massive bulge beneath where they lay. When the combined force of their gravitational pull passed, the mass of water would then be dispersed in all directions in the form of a tidal wave that would swallow whole civilizations, a god wave. Their quest was now even more urgent. Shiro, Sathona, and Ulrash needed to not only...
I'm good. What's up with you? I'm doing good. I'm chilling, just learning some Destiny lore, doing my hair. Every gift they got perverted. She's the most manipulative. She always got her hands in something. Yeah. Literally.
Defeat the traitors, but to save their world and their people from extinction. In their extended travels, they found a great crashed ship, an artifact of a bygone era, an artifact of a greater civilization. This was not necessarily a seafaring ship, it was potentially a spacefaring one. It was the Needle, and they had only found it thanks to the whispering of their father's worm, which was now held by Sathona. The dead familiar that the king had always brought with him was apparently able to communicate with her, and with its advice, they held onto the Needle instead of selling it. They then took a further 2 years not only to repair the ship's systems, but also to deeply understand them. But as 2 years passed, Sathona grew worried. She believed that they would not have the time they needed to see the dream of their vengeance realized. It is then that Ulrash stated that they should dive. They had long since learned that they could use the ship to chart the immeasurable depths of Fundament's oceans, and Ulrash believed that below the waves, closer to the planet's core, they might find answers. Shiro protested, remembering the bodies of the ship's prior owners and how something from down in the deeps had clearly caused their ruin. But Savathun, who had heard the worm familiar whisper to her of the plan's brilliance, agreed with Ulrash. And so, the descent began. Through the crushing depths and past terrifying beasts, the siblings ventured until they came to a still place. Here, they monitored the waves above, and the sensors of the ship stated that their fears of a syzygy were indeed true. It was indeed coming to pass, and it was at that moment that they encountered the Leviathan, a creature as massive as the continents of their childhood, and it spoke to them, urging them to turn away from the depths of Fundament and from the deep itself. The Leviathan's voice was booming inside their heads, massive, forceful, and determined at first, but when finally it was exhausted by the protests of Ulrash and Shiro, Sathona would state that they should dive. Her justification was completely it was exhausted by the protests of Ulrash at first, but when finally it was exhausted by the protests of Ulrash and Shiro, Sathona would state that they should dive. Her justification was completely clear at this point. She stated that she was guided by her father's familiar, and that this was what had given them hope, whilst the Leviathan merely wished for them to return to the surface of Fundament to live short lives and die. And so they continued to dive deeper, down into the crushing depths of Fundament's core.
The witness was tricking them through the worm. Oh. Oh, wow. Way back when, huh? Kind of like the devil does to us. Oh, wait. Mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm.
And down in those depths, Aurash found herself standing unprotected on the hull of the ship. But in spite of the immense pressure and heat, she was unharmed. Before her there were 5 massive creatures. They were the worm gods. Yul the honest worm, Zol the will of thousands, the ever hunger, Ayr the keeper of order, and Akka the worm of secrets. Ancient creatures that served the deep, or as we now know it, the darkness. Yul offered Aurash and her sisters a bargain, and told them that the worm gods had been trapped in Fundament's core for eons by the Leviathan. Their bargain was simple. They would be granted immortal life by consuming the children of the worm gods, but they had to always obey their nature as beings. Shiro would be perpetually attempting to test her strength, Sathona her cunning, and Aurash her knowledge of the universe and her explorations of it. The sisters accepted the bargain and took the worm god's larvae back to the surface once they had all chosen new morphs and new names. Shiro, Sathona, and Aurash ceased to be, and with that, the birth of the ascendant hive gods Shivu-Arath, Savathun, and Aurix was complete, with Shivu-Arath taking up the night morph, Savathun taking up the mother morph, and Aurix the king morph. They rose again to the surface of Aurix, the king morph. They rose again to the surface of Fundament, feeding the worm god's children to any krill that would follow them, and killing the rest. The war they brought to the surface eventually engulfed all of Fundament, with the survivors falling back to Kahan Atoll. The worm gods eventually rose to the surface. Brought to the surface eventually engulfed all of Fundament, with the survivors falling back to Kahan Atoll. The worm gods eventually rose to the surface with them, and escaped Fundament with the forces of the sisters. They pursued Teox, the sterile mother who had betrayed the Osmium dynasty to one of Fundament's icy moons. On that moon, the worm gods discovered that there was another race inhabiting it, known as the Ammonite, and that there was also a 53rd moon hanging above its orbit, although technically this was not a moon at all. It was a divine presence of the deep's polar opposite. It was a presence of the sky, or the light as we better know it. And what was this presence? The Traveler. The Krill and the Worm Gods undertook a campaign of annihilation against the Ammonite, Teox and the Traveler, and whilst Teox would escape during the campaign, the siblings of the Osmium dynasty, especially Ulrix, learned of the ways of the sword logic and embraced a dark power, making them even more terrifying and giving Teox good reason to flee. During the war, though, Ulrix was struck with ideals of pacifism, which enraged the Worm Gods. They believed in the ideals of the sword logic, that life should be tested against life, that only the strong should remain. The worm that Ulrix had consumed in the depths of Fundament yearned for war, and eventually, this hunger was starting to gnaw at his soul, and led him back into the fray.
Wait.
But he was Fundament, yearned for war.
So a lot going on. It is.
The worm that Ulrix had consumed in the depths, that
So
only the
when
strong
did-
should remain. The worm that Ulrix had consumed in the depths of Fundament yearned for war, and eventually, this hunger was starting.
When did Zivu go from her to he? All the weapons in Crota can roll with a perk called Sword Logic, one of the best perks to have on those guns. Wow, of course. Of course. Zivu, because it was 3 sisters. And now he's referring to Zivu as his soul, him.
Sword logic, that life should be. They believed in the ideals of the sword, which enraged the worm gods. They believed in the ideals of the sword
I mean,
logic,
Oryx,
that
not
life
Zivu.
should be tested against life, that only the strong should remain. The worm that Ulrix had consumed in the depths of Fundament yearned for war, and eventually, this hunger was starting to gnaw at his soul, and led him back into the fray. But even after this, he still offered to parley with the Ammonite on neutral ground. It was then that the worm gods demanded Savathun teach him, and teach him she did. She betrayed Ulrix. She killed him. But Ulrix did not die. Instead, he awoke in his throne world, a part of the Ascendant Realms, an alternate dimension where the Hive Ascendants go when they die. It is only in this Ascendant Realm that he could truly be killed. And whilst Ulrix was recovering, Savathun went to the neutral ground and poisoned it, killing the representatives of the Ammonite that were meant to meet at the point to parley for peace. Before the war was won, the Leviathan came forth from the depths of Fundament, and was slain by the forces of the deep in a final battle of Fundament's moons that shook the worlds to their core.
When he got his worm.
Fundament, and was slain by the forces of the deep in a final battle of Fundaments of Fundament.
What's up, Spain?
And was slain to meet at the point to parley for peace. Before the war was won, the Leviathan came forth from the depths of Fundament, and was slain by the forces of the deep in a final battle of Fundament's moons that shook the worlds to their core. After burrowing out of the worlds they'd conquered and multiplying at a great pace, the Krill would take up a new name as a species and would be referred to from this moment until time ended as the Hive. They strengthened their resolve and battled each other for over 20,000 years, and then, at last, they set out stronger, and they set out on a campaign of genocide across the universe, fighting many different species and bringing all of them to their end, finding them unworthy of the Sword Logic's challenge, the test that states life should exist with strength. However, they encountered a problem, as Ulrix discovered that the more they fought, the more the hunger of their worms expanded, and so they faced the threat that they would not be able to satisfy their worms' insatiable hunger. This put the supposed immortality that the worm gods had offered them into context, but beyond just this, it set the stage for a greater threat that was looming on the horizon. An alien empire known as the Ecumene came to face the power of the siblings. They had diverted all their resources into a campaign of utter annihilation against the Hive, responding with overwhelming force whenever Ulrix, Savathun, or Shivu-Arath appeared. They knew exactly how to defeat the Hive, and this was no coincidence, because they were being guided in that method of destruction by Teox, the traitor mother. Eventually, the siblings were beaten back so much that they were left with no strength to go on fighting. They gathered in Ulrix's throne world and assessed their options. whilst Shivu-Arath wanted to retreat and gather strength, and Savathun wanted to beg the worm gods for more power. At this point, Aurix knew the logic of the sword better than them both, and knew that they needed to aggressively proclaim their right to exist through war and death. As this truth was affirmed, a plan of action was devised. In this plan, Aurix slew his two sisters, and by the sword logic, became more powerful by proving his might over them. With their true deaths under his wing, Aurix went to Akka, the worm god of secrets, and told him that he wished to receive the secrets of the deep. When Akka said he gave no secrets, Aurix rebuffed the worm god and stated that giving was for the sky and that he had to take what he wanted, even if it meant killing Akka, even though Akka was his god. And so Oryx slew Akka, the worm god, and from his ruin he pulled the secret of communing with the deep. He recorded that secret on a series of tablets known as the Tablets of Ruin, and hung them about his series.
Hold on. Ooh wee, boy. I'll be right back. I have to pee. Biff don't play, yo.
We've cranked up the damage in the arena.
Woo! Get ghost on that nigga.
Just a few points more and one contestant could claim the win. Every coin.
Got him! Pre-fire that joint. Nigga, you thought I forgot about you, nigga? I love this mode. I love it.
It's solo banquet. The ice has been broken after.
That jump to the right on that head, boy. Two. Oh! You ain't depositing that, boy. It's only at a cock.
The full manuscript of a novel.
Clock.
Return.
Time to grab that cash.
Man's dip set on me. Oh. No, we didn't. I was right on his butt. Oh, we don't go down like that. We don't just let Tyr whoop our butt and then hop off. Like, nah.
Well, looks like I missed everything.
Oh, he didn't hit none of that? I'm sitting on your head, boy. His head was in my booty.
Did you find what you needed?
What?
Hold on, pause.
As a contestant, unfortunately, they didn't manage to stash that fortune. Someone else might, though.
Oh, the no-scopies. Ah, I tried to dodge, but I dodged the wrong way.
Really long coin trail out
Through the
there.
smoke, I pinked them, boy.
We're back.
Together in a case.
Split.
Yeah, I'm back. What up, Nick?
Secret of communion and so Oryx slew Akka, the worm god, and from his ruin he pulled the secret of communing with the deep. He recorded that secret on a series of tablets known as the Tablets of Ruin, and hung them about his waist. Following this, he used the secret to enter the deep itself, and whilst his speech with the deep was not recorded, what is known as this: when he emerged from the deep, he pronounced that he was Ulrich no longer. Instead, he was Oryx, the Taken King, and that he had the power to take life and make it his own. It was at this moment that Ulrich went out into the universe and unleashed his new powers upon the Ecumene forces, namely his new ability to take, which allowed him to abduct his enemies, corrupt them with darkness, and return them as compliant slaves bound to his will and given new abilities thanks to the power of the sword logic. It will darkness to take power, power to take life and make it his own. It was at this moment that Ulrich went out into the universe and unleashed his new powers upon the Ecumene forces, namely his new ability to take, which allowed him to abduct his enemies, corrupt them with darkness, and return them as compliant slaves bound to his will and given new abilities thanks to the power of the sword logic. It was too much for the Ecumene, and eventually they were pushed back and slaughtered. It is here that Oryx enacted two peculiar Hive resurrections. In spite of their deaths being true, both Xivu-Arath and Savathun were returned to life, each of them respectively summoned back with war and trickery. The Ecumene were eradicated so completely after this that only in the Books of Sorrow and in the mind of Teox, who yet again had evaded their capture, were they even remembered. All note of them, all memory, all trace was wiped from the universe. Following this, Oryx would have moments and time to commune with the darkness thanks to the rituals recorded on the tablets of ruin, and the darkness would show him terrible dreamlike hallucinations. Tablets of ruin, and the darkness would show him thanks to the rituals recorded on the moments and time to commune with the darkness thanks to the rituals recorded on the tablets of ruin, and the darkness would show him terrible dreamlike hallucinations, replicating his childhood and teaching him to be yet more brutal, to embrace the sword logic even further. Oryx also learned that Xivu-Arath and Savathun were at this moment conspiring to leave him stranded on his expedition into the deep. Despite this, he was brought back, and when he was brought back, he endeavored to bring sons and daughters into this world so that he might love and kill them, so that all would be empowered and strengthened.
What?
The first of these children was Crota, the Eater of Hope, whose strength was unparalleled and who would one day rise to be one of the greatest champions of the Hive. The second was Nokris, who was feeble in strength but strong in mind, more of a wizard than a knight, unlike his demon brother. The third and fourth of his children came from a single larvae, cleft in two by Oryx's great sword Willbreaker. The larvae became the twin daughters of Oryx, the death singers Uranuk, the Weaver, and Ur-Halak, the Unraveler. Oryx's children accomplished many great deeds, and their stories were numerous. From the creation of the Death Song to the destruction of whole axioms of the universe, Oryx's daughters, in particular, were highly accomplished. One day, they were cutting a wound in reality, and were proceeding to die inside it. When Oryx inquired as to why, they stated that they would seek to create an oversoul as a way of both hiding their deaths, as well as creating a death impulse capable of defending their throne worlds if needs be. Oryx told Crota that he their throne worlds if needs be. Oryx told Crota that he should observe his sisters and try to learn cunning from them, and so Crota too decided that he should experiment with a wound in reality. However, when Crota tore open a wound in reality, it was thanks to Savathun, who had manipulated the wound, that a partially mechanical form of life poured forth from it, a race known as the Vex. The exact origins of the Vex and the nature of their power is shrouded in a fair deal of mystery, but they spilled forth from the breach and began to invade Oryx's throne world. Before Crota could respond by destroying them all, a Vex mind manifested known as Quoria Blade Transform, which deduced the sword logic. With this knowledge of the particular universe in which they stood at their hand, the Vex began to slaughter Oryx's thrall and acolyte, and by right of conquest and slaughter, had gained a foothold and presence within Oryx's throne world as they invaded it with force, obeying the logic of the new space that they had found. In spite of Uranuk and Urhalak pulling sword stars from the sky and creating devices known as the Annihilator Totems to stop them, the Vex would press forth unabated. It was only as Quoria abducted the children of the worm press.
Ooh, they show love by killing each other. So, killing other people make you stronger. But then what would they would bring them back to life?
Forth unabated. It was only as Quoria abducted the children of the worm gods and discovered that by praising them it could gain even more power that the worm god Aya stepped in, telling Oryx to set his house in order. Oryx returned home and slew the Vex invaders, pushing them and Quoria back. As punishment, he took Crota and threw him into the Vex gate network, saying, "Come home glorious, or die forgotten." As punishment, he took invaders, pushing them and Quoria back. As punishment, he took Crota and threw him.
Hold on, I gotta go back.
It was only as Quoria abducted the children of the worm gods and discovered that by praising them it could gain even more power that the worm god Aya stepped in, telling Oryx to set his house in order. Oryx returned home and slew the Vex invaders, pushing them and Quoria back. As punishment, he took Crota and threw him into the Vex gate network, saying, "Come home glorious, or die forgotten." Crota would accomplish this, going on to be a legendary demon of the Hive, tearing down his opponents and allowing only a few to survive to tell of the wrath of the Osmium dynasty. But even though Crota had succeeded, there was still a problem, because Oryx's throne world was now left with a tear inside it, a tear that left him weak to a counterattack, or potentially sabotage by one of his sisters. And so
They can be all powerful in death. I think I understand. Savathun brought forth the Vex. I know, right? Shorty ain't no good.
before his sabotage by one hair that left him weak to a counterattack. Although Crota had succeeded, there was still a problem, because Oryx's throne world was now left with a tear inside it, a tear that left him weak to a counterattack, or potentially sabotage by one of his sisters. And so, before his court he declared that they would transform his throne world, his part of the Ascendant Plane, into a physical ship in the material world. This was the Dreadnought, and it was built not only from parts of Akka's corpse, but with the incredibly terrifying, mind-bending power of Oryx and his Hive. His court worked in tandem to create what was effectively a paradox. A throne world of the ascendant plane pushed into physical space, a screaming, gaping hole in what would be reality. But regardless, Oryx's power was so incredible that even breaking the laws of physics themselves was nothing towards his might. With this accomplished, Oryx's throne world was secure. And now was time to deal with Korea. He used his dreadnought to attack a flotilla of ships that was guiding the Nightshare Thought ship, a great vessel that he believed contained the location was guiding the Nightshare Thought ship. A great dreadnought to attack a flotilla of ships that was guiding the Nightshare Thought ship, a great vessel that he believed contained the location of a place of immense light, known as the Gift Mast. When he boarded the ship, he found Korea and squarely defeated it, even as Korea tried to simulate him and his power. Korea was taken, and Oryx presented its remains to Savathun with but a single change from the typical beings of the Taken, namely, that it had a small fragment of its independence still left, and it was not completely bound to the will of its controller. From here, the Hive took their time and prepared to make an assault on the Gift Mast, which they had now found. The civilization surrounding this great place of light had been passed over by the Traveler, which had altered the gravity of a black hole so that the worlds passed over by the Traveler, which had altered the gravity of a black hole so that the worlds around it might not be developed. The civilization surrounding this great place of light had been passed over by the Traveler, which had altered the gravity of a black hole so that the worlds around it might not be devoured, and would instead flourish within its now altered accretion disk. They would be provided warmth and sustenance, and their civilization would grow. And as a monument to the light, the Traveler erected a gift mast, a great spear-like structure that jutted from the black hole and was filled with the power of the light. A gleaming monument rising forth from a singularity, filled with the energies of life itself. The Hive wished to devour this light, and as the deep was moving in this direction to devour the whole system, so too would the Hive naturally be its vanguard. They marched upon the Wishmast, killing the Harmony, its occupants, and the Ahamkara, the great dragons that lived among them. But as the Gift Mask was being devoured by Oryx dragons that lived among them, killing the Harmony, its occupants, and the Ahamkara, the great dragons that lived among them. But as the Gift Mask was being devoured by Oryx's brood, and as his victory was certain, Savathun departed her brother, saying that they needed to grow distant from each other. She took her moons and her brood, and they fell into the black hole that the Harmony lived around, never to be heard from again. In the same stroke, Shiva Wrath took her broods and war moons and fled into the night with a similar purpose. Both of their throne worlds became distant and inaccessible to Oryx, and he was left to ponder. It was here that Oryx reaffirmed his choices and his belief in the darkness, but Oryx also pondered the question of what should happen if he should die. He surmised that the one who killed him should be the one who understood the universe in a more complete manner than him, and he believed that he would only be killed by something mighty, something that had some greater knowledge of the sword logic, perhaps, or perhaps with some clever trap. He therefore decided to lay out a means by which he might survive, even if he was destroyed. Within the books of...
They beat me up at work. Dang, Ning. Rip. Wish I could have explored the Dreadnought. It was fire. Really? I mean, all of this stuff that happened, all of this lore that supposedly, all of this content y'all was able to explore in D2 seemed crazy. I feel special with this one by my name. Sauce gang. You just read my about. Find it dope that you're only 24. You 23 and hope to follow your kickboxer aspirations. OMG. That's so cool. Wow. Heck yeah, Zuri. I'm glad I could help you or inspire you in that way. That's great. Finally got off. Congrats, Mike. Finna hop on Destiny and work your second job. Okay, I'll catch you later. Drive safe. The Hive stuff is crazy. Man, like, I thought he was just gonna be like, oh yeah, this happened, this happened, this happened. But like, no. It was a lot. A lot.
Sorrow, he created a map to a weapon that exemplified everything that he was, that in a certain way was him if created, and a being that wielded this weapon that exemplified everything that he was, that in a certain way was him if created, and a being that wielded this weapon and used it to become mightier than both of them would be Oryx living on, and Oryx deduced that they would become one and the same, a means by which he could truly become immortal even beyond a true death. This weapon would not see construction for generations, but when it was, it would be a weapon of malice, and we would be the ones to construct it. But the tale of the Osmium dynasty would not be simply left there. Oryx's second son, Nokris, who was born as a lesser being of wisdom as opposed to strength, wished for more power, and knew that his strength was in that of his mind. He went to the worms, his god, to Yul, to Zol, to Aya, and Ur, and he petitioned them, asking them for knowledge of the origin of all things. All the worm gods denied him, except one, Zol, the will of thousands, who was lesser than his brethren, and saw that in time he would be prey for his peer Yul. He gave a portion of his power to the young Hive Prince, and taught him the art of bringing forth life from death, necromancy. But the power Nokris held had been given and not taken, and this infuriated Oryx, who saw his son's actions for what they were, heretical to the very ideals of the sword logic, and a betrayal of his own dynasty. He cast out his son, and removed all record of him from every Hive archive. The only record of...
Okay, wait. Let me get this right. Do I palm roll? Sometimes. Not really though. Okay, correct me if I'm right. The Taken, which are those little black glitchy people who were created by Oryx. And throw your own son in the pit instead, be a winner or die, don't come back. It's crazy. Yes, it is. Okay. He said something about taken. I'm gonna go back.
Romancy. But the power Nokris held had been given and not taken, and this infuriated Oryx, who saw his son's actions for what they were, heretical to the very ideals of the sword logic, and a betrayal of his own dynasty. He cast out his son and removed all record of him from every Hive archive. The only record of Nokris that remained was a single statue before the altar of Oryx, which stood defiant in its permanence. The altar of Oryx, which stood defiant, was a single statue before the altar of Oryx, which stood defiant in its permanence. These are some of the earliest tales of the universe of Destiny, tales that predate even our own history, but as many of you will realize, they are but a small part of a grander cosmic war, a war between formless and form, between the deep and the sky, between the dark and the light. The Traveler, the divine presence of the sky, would continue onwards, evading the Hive and the dark.
Is this his transition?
Of the sky would formless. They are but a small part. The only record of Nokris that remained was a single statue before the altar of Oryx, which stood defiant in it.
What is this, bruh?
Its permanence. These are some of the earliest tales of the universe of Destiny, tales that predate even our own history, but as many of you will realize, they are but a small part of a grander cosmic war, a war between
just
formless
some
and form,
Twitch
between
bots
the
or
deep
something.
and the sky, between the dark and the light. The Traveler, the divine presence of the sky, would continue onwards, evading the Hive and the darkness, seeking out the call of worlds with the potential to receive its light, for those with meaning in their roar. And thus the Traveler would make its way to the seeking out the call of worlds with the potential to receive its light, for those with meaning in their roar. And thus the Traveler would make its way to the Elixni, but they would suffer much the same fate as the Harmony and the Ammonite and the Ecumene, and they would suffer at the hands of the Darkness and the Hive. Their entire system
Wait, so
as the Harmony.
Wait, so is this before the witness? Because he didn't go over the part about the people who the Traveler went to first. Or did that other guy just skip all of that?
For those with meaning, all of worlds with the potential to receive its light. For those with meaning in their roar. And thus the Traveler would make its way to the Elixni, but they would suffer much the same fate as the Harmony and the Ammonite and the Ecumene, and they would suffer at the hands of the Darkness and the Hive. Their entire system was destroyed in an event remembered only to the Elixni as the Whirlwind, where they were left to make a great exodus and abandon their home, following whatever trace of the Traveler they could. The Great Machine, as they would come to call it, would however find a new place to set its roots. As the Elixni transformed their once noble society into a more barbaric and tribal one, the Traveler had begun to take root above a barbaric and tribal one. The Traveler had begun to take root above a system and a planet far, far away. The name of the planet was Mars. The name of the system was Sol.
We didn't know about the witness when Bife made this video? Oh.
Above a system and a planet
Biff.
far, far away. The name of the planet was Mars. The name of the system was Sol. And the year in the human Gregorian calendar was that of 2014. And in this year, it found us. In that year of 2014, humanity witnessed an unknown artifact entering the orbit of the atmosphere of our closest neighboring planet of Mars. It was clear for all to see. Humanity was no longer alone in the universe. This strange object was of immediate concern to the powers of Earth, and 15 months later, with cooperation, planning, and commitment, humanity sent its response. The combined powers of the People's Republic of China, Russian Federation, and United States of America led to the creation of the most famous space voyage known in human history, the voyage that would come to be known as Ares 1. And so it was that one taikonaut, one cosmonaut, and one astronaut, Chow, Mielova, and Hardy, all set out on a journey that would change history. Mars, of course, is a planet with little to no atmosphere, and yet, when the Ares 1 craft touched down, it did so in the middle of a storm, the breath of God as the wind buffeted them back and forth before landing. This was not some strange coincidence. This was the work of the artifact. And as they took their gear and trekked across the Martian surface, they could start to see the artifact come into view over the horizon. As they crested the ridge ahead of them, they saw it completely for the first time. It was at this moment that the first Martian rains began to pour, and the actions of the object were made clear. It was terraforming Mars. And something else became clear as well. This alien presence was not some conqueror or some terrible invader, but was instead benevolent. They called it the Traveler, and its arrival in Seoul would change humanity forever. This would be known as the start of our Golden Age. The Traveler's divine presence would be a boon to our system, and under the radiance of its light, Seoul, Earth, and humanity would blossom. The planets and moons of the system were terraformed, with worlds like Mars and Venus becoming habitable planets with diverse ecosystems of life and repositories of resources. The moon became the way station for all of the system, sending resources from Earth to far-off colonies on the methane oceans of Titan or the garden world of Mercury. But perhaps the most profound change of them all was the people of Earth themselves. Human lifespans tripled, and the fundamental ethos of our society changed and evolved. Not only were we more intelligent and longer lived as a species, but we also put that knowledge to use instead of squandering it.
Are these folk close? Destiny content creators, you eventually get to know them if you interface with some of them. I mean, it's kind of like that with every kind of game community, you know, like some of the bigger content creators in Call of Duty all know each other and stuff. And whatnot. All right, Zay. I'll catch you later. Thanks for stopping in. What up, Mr. Mac? My day's going good. Chillin'. Thought you was coming in to see you playing, finally. Oh, you ever read the title, Benny? His birthday party. What system I play on? PS5. Well, I play on PC. And I connect my PS5 controller if it's a game that I have on my PC. I just clicked on it so fast. I appreciate that, Benny. Most of the Destiny content creators, they messy and corny. Messy. Mm-hmm. Yo, this mango Enzo gave me is just not it.
But we also put that knowledge to use instead of squandering it. We cured a myriad of diseases that had haunted us, put study into any number of emerging scientific and philosophical fields, and we extinguished the old hatreds of mankind's past forever. Humanity created vast monuments throughout the solar system as the Traveler worked to seed it for us. From the great Martian city of Freehold to the new Pacifica arcology of Titan, from the solar research stations of Mercury to the Ishtar Academy on Venus. Humanity began to flourish in every place imaginable in the system. Beyond merely the places we laid claim to, there were the remarkable accomplishments we attained in this time, with the great minds of the Clovis Bray Corporation and others like them leading the way and bringing forth some of humanity's greatest inventions. The rise of one of these was most notorious and important of all, the War Mind, Rasputin, a supercomputer tasked with the mandate of defending humanity from extrasolar threats or skyshock alerts. Rasputin was an intelligence of such immense might that it was capable of predicting and calculating threats before having even encountered them, and of devising a solution to them so that they might never threaten humanity, even if they did enter the system. Rasputin was armed with a vast defensive array of weapons and doomsday devices that could scorch black the skies of 1,000 worlds in the name of humanity's defense, should the need arise. But this wasn't the only great invention of Clovis Bray. They also created many incredible technologies, such as the intelligent nanotechnology known as SIVA, which could be commanded to construct anything imaginable. This made it a particularly valuable technology to those colonists who were heading outward to the stars, as it could be spontaneously used to create anything from a prefabricated shelter to an oxygen rebreather, if given the correct direction. Furthermore, when relic iron, a mysterious new material, was studied on Mars, the Clovis Bray Corporation discovered an entirely new state of matter, where data was completely free from the restraints of physical matter. This state was known as engram, and it allowed any idea imaginable to be stored. And of course, there was material was studied on Mars. Furthermore, when relic iron, a mysterious new material, was studied on Mars, the Clovis Bray Corporation discovered an entirely new state of matter, where data was completely free from the restraints of physical matter. This state was known as engram, and it allowed any idea imaginable to be stored. And of course, there was...
Oh, I want to play PC, but they'd be too high with the prices. What? Nah, that ain't true. Nah, not all the way. You can find PC games that's probably cheaper than console. A lot of people want SIVA as a subclass. That would kind of be cool. That would kind of be cool. Yeah, making the PC costs, but the actual games, I'm from Chicago. True. The only raid you've done was Callus. I have yet to beat any of the other raids. Man, I'm right along with you, Zuri. I've done King's Fall and that one with the heritage shotgun that you get. Forget what that was called. And then apparently I've done another one that I can't remember. That chat says I did a long time ago with them. The first time, my first time playing Destiny. But I don't remember. Add you on Kai? I don't even play that game no more. It is not even installed.
Were the Exos, a project of Clovis Bray that allowed humans to transplant their consciousness into a mechanical body and live on past the point of normal human life expectancies. However, there are hints in the programming and the past lives of Exos still alive today that give us an idea that they may have been more violent in nature. The Exos dream of a place where they were born, the Deep Stone Crypt, and whilst some of them go there and walk peacefully through a field of golden millet, most of them dream of almost endless battle to reach the tower where they were born.
You know I got the sauce.
This is not to say...
You know I'm saucy.
Yo, Tatiana, appreciate the sub. Welcome to the Saucinators. Thank you very much. Black Ops 6 teaser? No, I have not, actually. Catalyst and Vault of Glass. Every time I get a raid team, everyone forward at the boss and it never gets done. Man. Ah. Zuri, where you from? How long retweets usually take me? If I'm just doing it without stopping and taking breaks, maybe like 2 hours, 2 hours and a half, maybe something like that. I mean, the stream been going for about 3.5, and I didn't start until like 30, maybe 40 minutes into. So with me, like stopping and talking and whatnot, I'm still kind of around that 2 hour mark ish.
Say that Clovis Bray was reached the tower where they were born. But this is not to say that Clovis Bray was not the only one researching remarkable technologies for humanity or making incredible discoveries throughout the system. The researchers of the Ishtar Academy on Venus at this time discovered the ruins of an ancient civilization on Venus that predated humanity by billions of years. These were the Vex, and the ruins they discovered were those of the Vault of Glass, and the Vet on Venus that predated humanity by billions. Ruins of an ancient civilization on Venus at this time discovered the ruins of an ancient civilization on Venus that predated humanity by billions of years. These were the Vex, and the ruins they discovered were those of the Vault of Glass and the Infinite Steps. The Ishtar Academy and the Ishtar Collective would make it their responsibility to study the Vex and their constructs at any place possible. As our golden age magnified our glory, humanity's greatness shone like a beacon in the night, illuminating the very stars themselves, and convincing us that our destiny was not to remain on Earth like our ancestors, or to continue their petty wars. Humanity's greatness shone like a beacon in the night, illuminating the very stars themselves, and convincing us that our destiny was not to remain on Earth like our ancestors, or to continue their petty wars, but instead was to reach forwards and upwards, to the stars, and to grasp the very majesty and grandeur of the universe itself. We flew out.
Am I single? Nope. Married. Coral. You was born and raised in Miami, Florida, but you live in Coral Springs, Florida. Monday no work due to holiday. Yes. Yes. Talking about a triple. You ain't got the patience to do it myself. Yeah, I mean, I always dread doing them. When I know I need to do them, it take me a while before I'm like, okay, I need to do it. And I almost didn't even stream today because I just had to get it done. But then Enzo was like, you could do it on stream. And I was like, you're right. I always thought about doing it on stream, but I always folded at the last second because I felt like, And I never had, it always came down to me not being able to hear the stream because I never had these. I only had my over-ear headset. So I was like, I can't do my hair with them Astros on my head. So then I was like, you know what? I'll actually do it this time. A Destiny movie would be fire. I agree. I agree.
Out into those stars and spread our wings. Alas, that we let our hubris get the better of us. Not all were so ill-prepared or foolish, though. Whilst most sat in complacency beneath the glorious bounty of the traveller, some, such as the 3 families of the Black Armory, would begin crafting phase technology and weapons so that they might fight back or defend themselves. A noble effort, but tragically, it would not be even close to enough to stop what would come next. As the centuries of the Golden Age passed, the Warmind began to detect something far beyond the reaches of the system, something dark and terrible, something that spelled our doom. Rasputin's responsibility was to defend humanity, and to this end, the Exodus program was created, a colonization effort that involved thousands upon thousands of souls, all being loaded onto colony ships and sent outward to the stars. But in spite of this titanic effort by Rasputin and his subminds, such as Malahayati, in spite of the valiant efforts of General Chen Lanshu, in spite of everything that humanity would attempt to accomplish before the end, it would not be enough. As the vessels of the Exodus program began to reach further out towards the edges of the solar system, something terrible and dark swept them back in the other direction. The Warmind raised its mighty weapons that were strong enough to shatter the might of stars, and responded to this threat with the full fury of its arsenal. But alas, even this was not enough.
I don't have a main class. Oh, yeah, I don't have a main class.
The darkness had found us.
I used to main Hunter for the longest, until I eventually made me a Titan, and I've been grinding on my Titan, getting it leveled up and stuff, and been actually enjoying playing on it. So I don't have a one main anymore. Partaking in the Lord's good green lettuce after work. Good green lettuce. Retwisting your own hair takes forever, man. I mean, over time, I feel like you can get faster, especially if you just tough it out, you know, because sometimes I'm being tired, and especially when you get to the front and you just want to take breaks. It is what it is. I always end up feel like I'm doing it wrong, then I just go pay to get it done. That's the great thing with locks, though, is that there isn't really like a wrong way. Like, you just combing the new growth and twisting it. Like, I remember I used to think that, you know, you had to do it a specific way, but I mean, unless you really, really like particular about it, like my hair isn't even in like neat parts. Like, I know some people have locks that's like real straight parts and all, or like clean and organized and like boxes and stuff. And making sure your parts is clean can be like a hassle and stuff. But I don't have to worry about that because mine just kind of, yeah. Now styling it, I don't have no experience with that. Not that I ever really tried either. Yeah, I feel like the only thing you can do wrong with your locks is what you put in it, like product wise. As far as just combing it and twisting it, you can really go wrong with that. Yeah, I mean, I don't think so. At least I don't want to send nobody off, but you missed the step of combing it out. Yeah, yeah. If you don't comb it out, at least if you got that bushy hair like I do, then it can be so much incredibly harder to twist it and make it actually look like you just retwisted your hair. This hookah spot later. Oh my goodness, Mike. You and these hookahs.
Our system enough. The darkness had found our system, and in doing so, had found the Traveler. Doom was upon us. The Golden Age was ending. The collapse had begun. The dark tide that was upon our system brought with it a terrible doom that could not be defeated by the Warmind and its defenses. But the foe Rasputin faced was not by any measure one that could be considered normal. The darkness, much like the Traveler, defied simple causality and defied even the basic rules and logics of the universe. Physics, mathematics, they meant nothing before this entity. It could not be defeated with the weapons of the Warmind alone, and it was made clear from this moment that our annihilation was inevitable. The vessels further out in the bounds of our system were crushed by the darkness as they attempted to reach beyond the asteroid belt. These ships would eventually form a mass of further out in the bounds of our system were crushed by the darkness as they attempted to reach beyond the asteroid belt. These ships would eventually form a mass of broken debris within the belt itself, and this place, this terrifying graveyard of all that humanity had hoped to see, this would come to be known as the Reef. And this would be a fate much like many of those on Earth and its colonies would suffer. They would be crushed beneath the wheel of the shadow of darkness as it passed ever onwards through the howling void of the universe, killing indiscriminately in the name of its twisted logic that life should be able to fight and meet strength with strength. But the darkness...
Wait, so if this darkness is the witness, right? Using this power, why is it following sword logic? Get ready with me stream while watching Destiny lore videos. Precisely. Sword logic was just what the Hive adapted it to be because of their worms forcing them to feed them with fighting and death. But if the witness is different from the Hive, right? Because the witness was just all of the people from that one first civilization or whatever put together through the veil. So if they're separate from, you know, Savathun and all of them, why would they still have that same logic?
killing indiscriminately in the name of its twisted logic that life should be able to fight and meet strength with strength. But the darkness's fury was not yet sated. The darkness had another target in mind. It was also here for the traveler. The details and accounts from this time are limited and unclear, but there are several accounts worth referring to when speaking of the darkness during the collapse. The account from Cade Six's journals speak of a terrible miasma that spread across the many worlds of the system, holding every human it could find in its grasp and drowning them in a tide of doom and despair. Cade seemed to point towards the darkness having a malicious consciousness. As it was drowning its victims, the victims were allowed to be fully conscious. They were aware, they were lucid, and yet even as agony and pain washed over them, the darkness wished them to witness the destruction of their world. It wished them to know they had been beaten, outmatched, and utterly destroyed, that they were unworthy of existence, that they were prey, nothing more. The Black Armory Papers, a series of journal entries kept by the founder, Henrietta Meran, detailed another encounter with the darkness. Their group had been locked within one of the fortified facilities of the Black Armory, and had to hold back terrible, indescribable creatures that broke through their defenses. They smelled only like wet earth, and made sounds akin to the screeching of machinery. One thing that is made clear by every entry is that the foe that had taken Earth was a terrible one that would see us all destroyed if something was not done.
There are people with higher logic than just finding death. Right, so this is them. I missed one.
It was a terrible one that would see us all destroyed if something was not done. At this time in the system, others were starting to stake their claims too. It was in these moments that another terrible pair of interlopers arrived. Nokris and Zol, the Will of Thousands, took it upon themselves to claim the planet of Mars and to rain down an assault on Hellas Basin, where Rasputin's main control center was kept. However, in a successful attempt to hold off the forces of the Hive Prince and the Worm God, Rasputin used its power to flash freeze the entire region, locking the Worm God, the Prince, and their Hive servants away under a Rasputin's main control center was kept. However, in a successful attempt to hold off the forces of the Hive Prince and the Worm God, Rasputin used its power to flash freeze the entire region, locking the Worm God, the Prince, and their Hive servants away under a thick sheet of ice. In turn, Rasputin too would also experience a period of dormancy. We would hear nothing from Rasputin's true centralized network for centuries. In turn, Rasputin too would also experience a period of dormancy. We would hear nothing from Rasputin's true centralized network for centuries, as only fragments of him remained within the various Warmind bunkers that were still active across Earth and its many territories. What happened next is an event clouded in mystery and uncertainty. Some spread rumors that the
What's up, Sonny? The Hive is like if you gave a dog a ball, they would use it for fetch, but we use it for basketball. We thought the darkness was just playing fetch. Yeah, I'm excited for the final shape. Like, When you really think about what all the answers we may or may not get, it's kind of exciting.
Was enshrouded in mystery and uncertainty. Some spread rumors that the Traveler was in the process of fleeing the system, as it had done so many times before. Others spread rumors that Rasputin might have engaged the Traveler as it attempted to flee in order to prevent this outcome. And some merely believed that the Traveler was attempting to find the right spot to stand and fight against the menace that had embroiled itself throughout our system. Whatever the truth might be, the Traveler moved from its previous resting place on Io and found its way to Earth. Here it would make a titanic stand against its enemy, the Darkness. The battle was long and would shake the heavens and the earth, a battle of proportions that the universe perhaps had never seen before, of the titanic forces of the cosmos, of a yin and a yang, smashing against each other, breaking upon each other like waves on rock, with enough force to level a mountain and raise it again within the blink of an eye. The two fought. The two stood. The two tested themselves. And what's more, the Traveler won. It was crippled and broken, but it sacrificed itself to save us and to push back the darkness. But its sacrifice was not without some form of hope. With the Traveler's dying breath, it created the ghosts. Small, autonomous drones filled with the power of its light. These ghosts would serve the forces of humanity and would seek out those amongst the worthy dead who might possibly provide hope to humanity and its defenders. These would be the few chosen champions that could wield the Traveler's light as a weapon. In the earliest days that followed the collapse, these beings were known as the Risen, and whilst they would come later to be known as Warlords or Iron Lords or simply Lightbearers, they would come with the Traveler's light as a weapon. In the earliest days that followed the collapse, these beings were known as the Risen, and whilst they would come later to be known as Warlords or Iron Lords or simply Lightbearers, today they are known by a simpler name.
Guardians.
The Guardians. With the terrible events of the final clash ended and the ghosts released into our system, the events that would make up the collapse would come to a close. But there was one far stranger account from the collapse that was given, an account from one of the Exodus program vessels that hit the asteroid belt just as the darkness was approaching in earnest. This vessel, Exodus Green, alternatively known as Yang Liwei, would become the crucible of the forces of light and dark, and would become the birthplace of an entirely new species of beings. It is here, in these most calamitous of moments, that the people known as the Awoken were born.
They said they was going to answer everything? Really? Interesting. Yeah, like, I don't know. That seemed too, like, good to be true. Like, answer everything just that simple.
What follows next is another account that is shrouded in mystery, a report of how a new kind of being was brought into our world, one of both the light and the dark, of the deep and the sky. They were known as the Awoken. Their history is recorded in a series of documents, but the most notorious of these is known as the Maracena, which talks of the rise of their entire civilization and how they came to join humanity in the struggle that had consumed them. It speaks of a great rift not only at the center of the awoken soul, but also, in time, within the awoken people. A people that would be riven by circumstance, choice, and their leaders. The Mara Senna also comes within the awoken people. A people that would be riven by circumstance of a great rift not only at the center of the awoken soul, but also, in time, within the awoken people. A people that would be riven by circumstance, choice, and their leaders. The Mara Senna also comes with a warning, namely that in our attempts to grasp its truth, we may in fact mistakenly learn to believe a lie. It is therefore once again at this point that I should state that the story of the Awoken's creation is told through a single source, and that the truth of the matter may yet elude us. But with that said, yet again it is our only source of context, and so, as best we know it, this is the history of the Awoken people. Aboard one of the Exodus program vessels, Exodus Green, alternatively known as Yang Liwei, the captain, Alice Lee, detected a strange signal that was following them for approximately 18 hours in radio silence. After repeatedly ignored hails, and just as Captain Lee cut the engines so that she might make a sharp about turn and face their ghostly stalker, a message was received from the Warmind Rasputin. Rasputin had detected a hostile extrasolar intruder in the system and had initiated a Kahe White emergency, bringing all of the potential weapons in the system under his control. Rasputin demanded control of the Exodus Green and its onboard guns. But as Captain Alice Lee decided what to do next, torn between her colonial mission and her duty to Earth, darkness swarmed around the hull of the ship, and through its veil, even the light could not be seen. Terrible gravity waves shook the ship as they simultaneously compressed and expanded every molecule of the crew and their vessel. After the vote from the crew came in to continue onward instead of returning to Earth, Alice Lee attempted to send a signal broadcasting a declaration of neutrality to their unknown assailant. Alice Lee stated that they wished to be treated as a separate species that was not party to baseline human conflicts or their allegiance to the Traveler. She prayed that this would be enough to make a difference against such an indifferent darkness. It was at this moment that two members of the crew were out on the hull. One of them had followed the other out. The first of them, Mara, had gone out there to die alone. She had kicked off the hull with 50 kilometers worth of tether, and her brother, Aldwin, had followed her out into the darkness. As the message requesting the massive entity's indifference was broadcast by the captain, the darkness around them abated, and Mara saw a pinprick of light. It was at this moment that Mara found herself and all the occupants of the crew of the ship behind her threatened to be crushed between the mighty presence of light that had just arrived and the terrible darkness that swarmed the area. The colossal forces of light and terrible crushed both and saw a pinprick of light. It was at this moment that Mara found herself and all the occupants of the crew of the ship behind her threatened to be crushed between the mighty presence of light that had just arrived and the terrible darkness that swarmed the area. The colossal forces of light and dark that clashed here smashed into one another yet again, filling the space with so much power and energy that the universe itself struggled to maintain what bounds of law that it could. This was a battleground that was being decimated by the powers of two paracausal entities. It was like dividing by zero or counting infinity. And as the two violent entities finally reached an equilibrium, the real effect of the power began to manifest. The universe created a singularity, a gaping black hole as an effort was made to cease the paracausal forces that were tearing the very seams of reality apart. The forces of the universe swirled and buffeted around Mara, and it was at this moment that the mistakes of the universe were to be swallowed inside the singularity. Everything pulled forth, and darkness and light continued to fight. And at this moment, Mara made a choice that would change the universe. She detached herself from the 50 kilometers of tether that joined her and the ship, and together, all were pulled down into the singularity. All of them had the same fate to be swallowed by this black hole. But Mara knew what she wanted. Mara knew her fate. She reached out at the edge of death and knew that she would be the first. But it was not death and sweet silence that found her. Instead, it was new life and a place of miracles. The Awoken records next speak of Captain Alice Lee experiencing a primordial divinity of sorts. As her existence increased in complexity, she developed a small sense of purpose that grew and blossomed until she willed into existence the world that she wished to have found for her people, and in doing so, willed herself into that world as a being not of divine presence, but still of an immortal one. Then she fell to this earth and lived upon it.
Wait, what?
Some primordial divinity of Lord's neck and a place of miracles. The Awoken records next speak of Captain Alice Lee experiencing a primordial divinity of sorts. As her existence increased in complexity, she developed a small sense of purpose that grew and blossomed until she willed into existence the world that she wished to have found for her people, and in doing so, willed herself into that world as a being not of divine presence, but still of an immortal one. Then she fell to this earth and lived upon it. She believed herself to be the first among the new peoples, and perhaps the only one. But then, lying on a black stone, somewhere near a crashed remnant of the ship, she discovered Mara. As Mara woke, she realized where they were, in a world of incredible bounty within the folded fabric of hidden space-time. They were inside the black hole. Alice Lee inquired why it was Mara that happened to be second. Mara stated that she didn't know. The first lie to be told upon this new world.
Wow, what's going on? Mara can hide in her own world where she dies. When she dies. I know I'm gonna grab it, Zuri. You know, I mean, I kind of have to as a content creator. So we'll see. But yeah. I still don't understand what the heck just happened. So Mara was standing on the ship. She was ready to die or something, and her brother followed her, and then this black hole opened, blah blah blah, and she unties herself from the ship and jumps into the black hole where they land on this planet, and then the captain turned into this weird being or something. I don't know what the heck happened. You gotta see it through, my boy. Yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to wrap my mind around it, but all of it is kind of just crazy.
The first to be black hole. Alice Lee inquired. They were inside the black hole. Alice Lee inquired why it was Mara that happened to be second. Mara stated that she didn't know. The first lie to be told upon this new world. But Alice Lee believed her, and so they went on to rouse their new people into this new world. And so it was that the crew was roused, and out of the original 40,900 crew members of Yang Lewei, 40,891 awoke, with 9 being unaccounted for. A council was called, and it led the new people to declare certain principles and verdicts. They called themselves the Awoken, and they were immortal. They called their new world within the singularity the Distributory, and they believed that they should never return from where they had been. They created a group of specialists called UTECs to care for the technology of the ship from which they had emerged, and decreed that under careful supervision they would reproduce with wombs of flesh and machine, given that any they added to their number would be immortal too. The population of the new awoken people to their
Guess I'll join the party. Gonna do a little more research. The darkness and light were fighting so furiously and made them powerful. That's why the Awoken are both darkness and light. Right. Right. I get that. But that part where she like the captain made her own world or something. Everything we have now is leaving, so we're starting fresh with a lot of final shape content. But this whole D3 thing is like, it's not gonna actually be like a brand new game. It's just gonna be a new time for D2, right? Okay. Okay, so I went back. Yes, 2022. I went back to my first Destiny live stream. June 15th, 2022. I'm gonna try to remember. Yeah, I started playing in 2022. Kind of fell off a couple of times on, took breaks from it, thinking I wouldn't play it no more, that whole deal. In the middle of everything, it made her that powerful that she was able to make her own world. So did she create the world that they ended up being in, or did Mara go into the black hole and that was the new world? That's what I'm unsure about. The Clash created a black hole and the world inside of it was formed. About to shower and eat. Alright, Mike. D3 will be a new game with the same story, but have progressed beyond classes, and we'll be able to choose what features we want. What? Oh, the Ring DLC? Oh. No. You miss me with Elden Ring. I've never played it though. So she went into the black hole and then she created the world, and okay. I'll go with that. And then they made people, how did they procreate? By the ship? It said something about the wombs and flesh and machine. Wombs of flesh and machine. Interesting.
A number would be immortals of flesh and machine, given that any they added to their number would be immortal too. The population of the new awoken people was greatly imbalanced, with 3 times more women than there were men, and as a
Wow.
result, until more men were born, they were placed under the protection of the women. Above all, some of the most important verdicts created at this council were the 6th, 7th, and 8th, stating respectively that the Awoken should know and love the cosmos, that the Awoken were created from a covenant of light and dark, but that the covenant was complete and no further debt should be paid, and finally, that the Awoken were whole in themselves, existing in balance. It was also at this meeting that a final 9th verdict was declared, which was that unanimously the people would recognize Alice Lee as their queen. And so the Awoken went out and explored their new world, charting its seas, forests, and stars. This was a great time of creation and pioneering for the new people, and whilst Alice Lee declared as her first rule that there would be no secrets amongst the Awoken, even here, in this place of new paradise and prosperity, conflict would brew. The Awoken spread across the face of the distributory, and took on as many diverse lifestyles as one could imagine, from intrepid hunters to great seafarers to sage scholars. But amongst those people, differences of opinion would dwell, and some would come to doubt their purpose on this world. Some dwelt within the cities and preached the doctrine that revered the 7th opinion would dwell, and some would come to doubt their purpose on this world. Some dwelt within the cities and preached the doctrine that revered the 7th verdict, that the Awoken were made from the completed covenant of light and dark, and that their debt was completely paid. They believed wholeheartedly that their place within the universe carried no responsibilities, and there would be no repercussions for their action. But those who dwelt within the country, as many Awoken did, were of the Echolist belief, who did not believe in the 7th verdict, and saw that the clash of titanic forces that birthed them was still going on. They believed that they owed a cosmic debt, one that would eventually need to be repaid. These two ideologies could not be so easily brought into balance. The Echolists and their opposing sanguine believers were divided, but then a spark ignited a flame. An Echolist known as the Diacerm walked into the cities and loudly accused Queen Alice Lee of deicide, the murder of gods. When questioned about this claim, she stated that when Alice Lee had created the world, she could have conceived of it to create the Awoken as gods, so that they might be free from all forms of suffering and pain. Immortality was one thing, but to be truly powerful, and yet to be denied this? Deicide was an appropriate term, perhaps. If this was true, this represented an original sin, and what's more, it represented a secret that Alice had kept, even as she had declared that the Awoken were not to keep secrets. The division between those that believed they owed a debt to the cosmos and those that did not ultimately led to a conflict between the Awoken peoples known as the Theodicy Wars. And whilst the nature of the conflict, at least in the Mara Sena, is indicated to be of a smaller nature, nonetheless, people died, and the balance between the two sides had to be struck, and a truce negotiated. Died.
The Elden Ring DLC will take up so much time to complete. Oh wait, yeah, Elden Ring versus Destiny 2, boy, I can imagine both of them games take some time, boy. Cuddle me, Dada. Never got that reaction before. I just have a problem and took hours out of my life to platinum the game early this year. Oh my goodness. Congrats on that. Platinum. Oh my goodness. Platinums are no easy feat. And Elden Ring platinum, I can only imagine. But you're not a real gamer if you ain't lost hours of your life gaming. sometimes to no accomplishment, just, you know, playing your life away. That's a true gamer right there.
Not ultimately led to a conflict they owed a debt to keep secrets. The division between those that believed they had a secret that Alice had kept, even as she had declared that the Awoken were not to keep secrets. The division between those that believed they owed a debt to the cosmos and those that did not ultimately led to a conflict between the Awoken peoples known as the Theodicy Wars. And whilst the nature of the conflict, at least in the Mara Sena, is indicated to be of a smaller nature, nonetheless, people died, and the balance between the two sides had to be struck and a truce negotiated. Alice Lee petitioned Mara Sov, who had been part of the Ekalist camp, to find her mother, who was a skilled negotiator and could broker the peace. The mother of Mara and Aldrin, who had been returned to life as Aldrin, saw through Mara's games, however, and saw part of the truth, which was that Mara, not the Diasurm, was the source of the life as Aldrin, saw through Mara's games, however, and saw turned to life as Aldrin, saw through Mara's games, however, and saw part of the truth, which was that Mara, not the Diasurm, was the source of the Ekalist movement. The Diasurm was merely a pawn. This was part of the truth, but not the whole truth, a truth that was known only to Mara for a great deal of time. The monarchy of the Awoken would in time wane in power, and a new group of scholars would come to be the most influential body of rulers. They were known as the Jensum scribes, some of whom still persist in the warlock orders of today. The scribes who would routinely send Jensum knights on missions to test the reality that they had been studying knew that Mara and Aldrin were gathering lore and prophecies pointing towards the potential day when the Ekalists would be proven correct, and when the Awoken would need to repay their debt. The Jensum scribes knew prophecies pointing towards the potential day when the Ekalists would be proven correct, and when the Awoken would need to repay their debt. The Jensum scribes knew that this could cause another Theodicy war, and so when a tall, strong warrior named Sieur Ido walked into the court of the scribes and demanded the knowledge necessary to hunt and kill Mara for her supposed murder of the Diasurm, the Jensum scribes obliged, and gave Sieur the knowledge she would need to hunt down Mara. However, a second Awoken queen was rising to prominence in the Awoken monarchy. Ngoya Pin received a cloaked and masked woman in her court one day, whispered by some to be Mara and others to be the Diasurm. Whatever the case, it mattered not, for after a long time of having the cloaked figure reside within her court, the monarch declared herself a true Ekalist. She bound the ambition and knowledge of the Jensum scribes to the Ekalists' preferred task, and so the scribes set about on the course of attempting to understand if the Awoken owed the cosmos a debt or not. The royal palace was turned into a center of learning and a feast of ideas that radically advanced the Ekalist cause. Into this feast strode Sieur Ido, her cloak and longbow at her side. She was looking for the hooded figure. She believed that hooded figure to be Mara, and so she followed her to a laboratory, deducing that this would now be the time to draw her weapon. However, as she was about to kill Mara, she saw her face and was bewitched by her beauty and her grace, and this quelled Sieur's desire to see vengeance for the Diasurm that she believed Mara had defeated and killed. She threw the weapon between them and told Mara that she could not bring herself to kill, but that the debt of her battle needed to be paid. She would fight Mara to the agony or die trying. And so, Mara called upon Aldrin, her brother, who would battle upon her behalf.
I think they lost me. So the hooded figure was Mara?
to this feast in the course of attempting to understand Tar and mattered not, for after a long time of having the cloaked figure reside within her court, the monarch declared herself a true Ecolist. She bound the ambition and knowledge of the Jensum scribes to the Ecolist's preferred task, and so the scribes set about on the course of attempting to understand if the Awoken owed the cosmos a debt or not. The royal palace was turned into a center of learning and a feast of ideas that radically advanced the Ecolist cause. Into this feast strode Sieur Ido, her cloak and longbow at her side. She was looking for the hooded figure. She believed that hooded figure to be Mara, and so she followed her to a laboratory, deducing that this would now be the time to draw her weapon. However, as she was about to kill Mara, she saw her face and was bewitched by her beauty and her grace, and this quelled Sieur's desire to see vengeance for the Diasum that she believed Mara had defeated and killed. She threw the weapon between them and told Mara that she could not bring herself to kill, but that the debt of her battle needed to be paid. She would fight Mara to the agony or die trying. And so, Mara called upon Aldrin, her brother, who would battle upon her behalf. Aldrin suggested not one but 3 duels, with blade, rifle, and 5th generation air superiority fighter. These duels and the prospect of Mara's murder troubled the Jensum scribes, as they did not want to appear to have invited murder upon the one who had extensively informed the beliefs of the queen. It would be like killing her priest or her closest confidant. They retreated from the Ecolist mission and from the queen's court, and as the scribes fled the palace in droves, many key contractors in the mission to understand if the Ecolists were correct or not sensed hesitation and withdrew their support too. To this, Queen Dingoya Pin denounced the scribes and called them faithless and selfish, which only further deepened the tensions between the Sanguine, who believed that the Covenant was complete, and the Ecolists, who were even more doubtful than ever of the 7th verdict. The political tension continued to deepen as all
She too bad to kill. It's so hilarious. Broken controller. Oh, wee. Oh, wee. Man, that brings back memories of my rage with God of War. OG God of War. Both Elden Ring and Destiny, you have to quit your job to finish both. I know, right? Like, wow. Oh, we're getting a live retwist. Yes, we are. I'm almost done. 75% of the way.
Aldrin and Sieur held their duels. The first duel was held with knives and pitted Sieur's simpler, strong jabs against Aldrin's whirling theatre of the blade. But they were equally matched, and a draw was called. In the second challenge, the two chose long rifles and hunted each other for days throughout the jungle, whilst Aldrin blended in and used his stealthy abilities to hide and stake out the fight. Sieur simply let her blunt nature disturb the wildlife around her, which appropriately disrupted and revealed Aldrin. She shot him as he crossed a riverbed, wounding him, but not killing him. For the final challenge, the two chose 5th generation fighters, with the full complement of weapons available to either of them. If the full complement could not be supplied, most crucially, it would be simulated instead, and if a simulated kill was attained, it was worth equal value to that of a real kill. Not all weapons were available, In particular, a nuclear payload was not something that the Awoken had kept around, having disposed of those weapons a long time before. Seer chose an Ermine tactical fighter with a payload of heat-seeking missiles, and Aldrin chose a ship known as a Dart, which was an exceedingly old fighter with terrible onboard systems that would be easily outmatched by the faster Ermine with terrible ship known as a Dart, which was an exceedingly old fighter with terrible onboard systems
Dueling a VR? I know, right?
Faster Ermine. Seer might have been able to sense that something was wrong at this point, but regardless, accepted the duel. And 8 miles out from engaging Aldrin in the middle of the sky, Seer's computer informed her that in a simulated manner, Aldrin had killed her. In fact, he had killed her and everything in a 4-mile radius. Long ago, during an age when the Dart was constructed, the Awoken had used military-grade ship-to-ship nuclear payloads on the Dart. This was still a part of its payload, and Aldrin had simulated firing one of these, and by the result, had ended the duel, and in a simulated manner killed Seer. After all their fighting, and after all the immense desire for revenge that Seer held, the two were tied. Seer threw herself before Mara, informing her that she had fought to a standstill with Aldrin. Seer left her fate in Mara's hands, and Mara lifted her face, telling her to join them and to be of service to her. And so Seer did, and from that day forth until her dying day, served at the right hand of Mara Sov. Later, Mara would meet with Ngoya Pin, and Ngoya would inform Mara that she was abdicating the throne. Mara had manipulated the monarchy and the Jensum scribes to ensure that her needs, both scientific and political, had been accomplished, and Ngoya knew this. This was a rebuke, as much as one could be made against Mara, but it was already too late. Mara had accomplished her purpose, and was even planning ways to implement the monarch who would supplant Ngoya. After some more time passed, Mara finally put her plan into action.
How do I like the Destiny? It's good. It's fun. And it's a grind. Oh, you got to war with something else? For real. My dread's about sitting on my chest. No, not really. I think they pretty much at the same spot. If not, maybe just like a couple inches longer. What up, East St. Louis?
She proposed to the Mara finally.
Wait, so I'm kind of confused. What did Mara even do?
I got the sauce. You know I'm saucy.
Thank you for the sub, East St. Louis. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. Welcome to the Saucinators. I need to do my hair. The patience is unreal. I mean, I don't really have a choice, you know? You gotta do what you gotta do. Playing Destiny since 2014. I couldn't imagine. Successful hoop session. Congrats.
Put her plan into action. She proposed to the Awoken people and her followers that the hour of their reckoning was at hand, and that the time to repay their debt to the cosmos had come. Thousands flocked to Mara's banner, and an expeditionary force was formed, creating the basis for a journey by the Awoken people into space, back through the black hole, back to where they had come from. The expedition was 12.1 billion years in the making, for time was slower within the black hole. When they would emerge, hopefully not much time would have passed at all. Mara had been preparing for this moment ever since she had been reborn. Before she departed, there were two things she had to do. The first was to ask for a boon from the first queen, Alice Lee, and the second was to say goodbye to her mother one last time. The mother who would not be joining Mara on the voyage back to Sol. In spite of all her power and all her plans and all her manipulations, Mara could not bring her mother with her. She could not convince her to change her ways. Her mother was happy and did not wish to change her life. And Mara knew no matter how much they argued, she could not be swayed. She tried nonetheless, and their final words were bitter and unresolved. But this was nothing compared to the wrath that Mara would experience at the hands of Alice Lee as they spoke later. When Mara arrived, she endeavored to tell Alice Lee the truth, and for this truth that she would tell, the boon that she would ask of Alice Lee was forgiveness. Alice Lee had long suspected that Mara was behind the Awoken people being so divided, so riven. She believed Mara to be the one who had influenced the Diasum and the Ecolists into creating a society that would always have a discontented few, feeling guilt in their debt to the universe. But she could not possibly imagine the scale and brilliance of Mara's design. Mara told her the terrible truth, that Alice Lee only believed herself to be the first being in existence in the new world of the Distributory. And she only believed herself to be the first because Mara had desired it to be that way. For it was Mara who had been the first to cross the event horizon that led to the Distributory. Mara who had designed the world and all its flaws. Mara who had planted the division in the Awoken people. Mara who had been the devil that had invented suffering and invited it into the Garden of Eden that was the Distributory. All this so that 12.1 billion years later she could enact the plan that she had set into motion, so that she could take the skeptics and the guilty and lead them back through the singularity to help fight the cosmic war that had birthed them, so that their debt to the cosmos could be repaid.
Wow.
It was this, the creation of suffering within a perfect world, the first sin within the Distributory, the manifestation of the first.
Watching the weapon lore videos. No, I can't say that I even knew there were weapon lore videos. But I'm probably not even going to finish this video. What's up, best friend? How you doing?
You know I got the sauce. You know I'm saucy.
Jacques or Jacques? Jacques? Thank you for the sub. Welcome to the Saucinators. Appreciate it.
It was this, the creation of suffering within a perfect world, the first sin within the Distributory, the manifestation of so that their debt to the cosmos could be repaid. It was this, the creation of suffering within a perfect world, the first sin within the Distributory, the manifestation of evil that Mara asked for forgiveness for. Forgiveness was not what she received from Alice Lee. It was only fury. It was time for Mara and the expedition to depart at long last. The Awoken were returning to the place of their true birth. Before they left the world of the Distributory, there was an alert. Retribution of some form had come for them. Missiles from the surface of the Distributory's planet were being launched, and missiles from the Earth. Before they left the world of the Distributory, there was an alert. Retribution of some form had come for them. Missiles from the surface of the Distributary's planet were being launched, and Mara initiated an emergency launch back through the Singularity. Despite the slew of missiles damaging some of the ships, the crews made it mostly unharmed. But Mara was unable to send a final message to her mother, and so she would never know any more from the woman that had raised her. But now was not the time for sorrow. Now Mara needed resolve. She returned through the Singularity, and when that her lips, the crews made it mostly unharmed. But Mara was unable to send a final message to her mother. Tributary, there was an alert. Retribution of some form had come for them. Missiles from the surface of the Distributary's planet were being launched, and Mara initiated an emergency launch back through the Singularity. Despite the slew of missiles damaging some of the ships, the crews...
What quadrant am I on? The last one. The top right quadrant. Most exotics are specific lore, have a specific lore behind them attached to people you hear in the lore series. Yeah, I've heard some. Like, I know... Actually, I don't know nothing. What am I talking about? I did realize that when I played that Dead Man's Tale mission, though. I was like, oh, wow, this gun actually kind of got like a little joint tied to it. But I didn't know all of them was like that.
Singularity. Despite the slew of missiles damaging some of the ships, the crews made it mostly unharmed. But Mara was unable to send a final message to her mother, and so she would never know any more from the woman that had raised her. But now was not the time for sorrow. Now Mara needed resolve. She returned through the Singularity and emerged back in Sol. On the other side, they were greeted by a system in ruin. The collapse had taken its toll, and Sol was mostly unrecognizable. The once mighty domain of humanity was left shattered and lawless, left in squalor, and without hope of salvation or nobility. Whether Mara and the Awoken owed the debt to the cosmos was a subject of debate that one could potentially hold for 12.1 billion years, but the reality before them demanded a response now. Humanity was on its last legs, and undoubtedly the Awoken could help. Initially, they settled within the asteroid belt, around a massive string of ships, broken but tethered together near Vesta. This was a closeness that originally they settled within the asteroid belt, around a massive string of ships, broken but tethered together near Vesta. This was a closeness that originally had kept them alive, and in the end, a string of ships, broken but tethered together near Vesta. This was a closeness that originally had kept them alive, and in the end, this was something that would serve the new life of the Awoken. This would now be their new domain, the Reef. As they settled, Keldawaj and the other Uteks who accompanied them, now known as Tekkens, divined that some kind of magic had followed them through, and that the Awoken were giving off a strange series of effects, best described as magic. They defied the powers of the universe, mathematics, gravity, just in the same way that darkness and light did, but tied to neither. Some Awoken were capable of this acausal effect and others were not, but the effect was strongest around Mara. The Awoken would then also endure a series of attacks by the Elixni, who had succeeded in following the Traveler from their system of origin all the way to its final resting place in Sol. The Awoken fought them back when they attacked. Mara and Aldrin and Zyur led the charge every time. Zyr's might, Aldrin's speed, and Mara's raw power delivered the Awoken to victory. It was around this time, however, that Mara would also be petitioned by the Awoken for the right to leave the fleet of ships in the Reef and to immediately aid the remnants of humanity. Mara's plan involved them building up a base of power in secret so they could better understand the system before them. The Awoken who wished to leave immediately, however, grew tired of this, and after one craft made a break for it, Mara's own wish was that the Awoken should be given a choice. In all fairness, she had no other options. Mara stated that, however, Mara's plan involved them building up a base of power in secret so they could better understand the system before them. The Awoken who wished to leave immediately, however, grew tired of this, and after one craft made a break for it, Mara's own wish was that the Awoken should be given a choice.
Armor pieces too. Whenever you get the chance, check it out. Red Death, Hawk Moon, Thorn, Last Word, Badger Jew. Ooh-wee. It never ends, man. It never ends. This is why Mara is so passionate about protecting her people. You find out this during Forsaken when Mara shows up and then leaves to continue fighting the war her people in. Wow.
In all fairness, she had no other options. Mara stated that they were given one chance, and that if they chose to leave, they would not be permitted to return. And so the once Riven Awoken were riven again, and those that departed for the worlds of humanity would be of great assistance, but they would no longer be known as the Reefborn Awoken. They would be known as the Earthborn Awoken. Thus, a great people was sundered twice. The Earthborn Awoken that went out into the system were greeted by horrors present to the collapse and the following age of darkness that came with it. They would help to rebuild, but there was no longer a system in which they could see humanity flourishing immediately. The Golden Age was gone, and when the Awoken had returned, humanity had spun into a new age of existence. A dark age, when all but the faintest of hopes had been snuffed out.
Wait, so what is Zavala? What race is he?
At the end of the collapse, and the start of this new dark age of humanity, the world was left in utter chaos. Whilst some small groups had survived in underground bunkers.
Awoken? So how did he become a guardian? Like, if he was one of the people who went back to Earth, or I don't understand. I don't know. I'm trying to piece it all together before I hear the whole story, but
At the end of the collapse, and the start of this new dark age of humanity, the world was left in utter chaos. Whilst some small groups had survived in underground bunkers, such as those fortunate enough in the Black Armory, and whilst others had managed to evade destruction in the wilds, most of humanity lay dead at the hands of the terrible power that invaded the system and challenged the Traveler. We were now left shattered. Most of
Zavala lore. Ooh, yeah, I know, right? It gets deep. It gets very deep. Good night. Sleep tight.
Of humanity, whilst others had managed to evade destruction in the wilds, most of humanity lay dead at the hands of the terrible power that invaded the system and challenged the Traveler. We were now left shattered and broken, with no clear means of communication with our outer colonies, and with all the in-system trade scuttled. Humanity was cut off and helpless. Only on Earth did anyone really face any prospect of survival or salvation. Not only did humanity face the constant pressing troubles of starvation and exposure, but they also now shared their worlds with a series of strange and deadly forces from many other reaches of the universe. The Vex that had once been, but they also now shared evil or salvation. Not only did humanity face the constant pressing troubles of starvation and exposure, but they also now shared their worlds with a series of strange and deadly forces from many other reaches of the universe. The Vex that had once been found on Venus had surfaced on Mars and Mercury as well, and had utterly transformed Mercury from a garden world into one that was now entirely mechanical, with at least a portion of it hollowed out into a giant simulation engine known as the Infinite Forest. Aside from the Vex, a military power known as the Cabal had also sent 5 of its legions to secure Mars, and to set up a base of operations there so they could launch campaigns into the rest of the system. The 5 legions, the Sand Eaters, Dust Giants, Siege Dancers, Blind Legion, and Skyburners, fought ferociously, knowing that they could only return home if they completed their mission here. Whilst on Mars, they also began to contest the Vex for ownership of the world, but the Vex defended in great numbers, defending almost more fiercely than they did at any other place. The Elixni had also followed the Traveler into Sol, and were now known as the Fallen by the facets of humanity that encountered them, and they spread throughout the system from the Jovian moons to Venus to Earth, with several major houses such as the House of Devils and House of Winter laying claims to vast tracts of land within the territories that were once humanity's. Earth's Cosmodrome in particular was a point of great infestation. And finally, arrived the vanguard of Oryx's hive, with the hidden swarm, Blood of Oryx and Spawn of Crota, all taking root within Luna. They dug deep into our moon and prepared for yet another one of their grand conquests, creating a shadowy, subterranean fortress known as the Hellmouth, in the region formerly known as the Ocean of Storms. This would burrow so deep into the core of the moon that no light could reach its deepest recesses. These alien forces would help to set the world into chaos, and in the Dark Age, almost nobody could consider themselves to be safe from the conflict that had engulfed all the worlds of humanity. It was at this time that the first of the Lightbearers began to rise and stake their claim in the world around them. These earliest Guardians were not truly Guardians. They were tyrants who saw their newfound immortality as a tool to be abused, as well as their light. There was no duty for them, and all they sought to do was to wage war for whatever they could get their hands on. Many of them would acquire valuable weapons and assets throughout the system, and for a time, humanity's only source of hope would instead be a source of tyranny. But that is not to say that all of the risen Lightbearers were conquerors or villains. Amongst their number rose an order of men and women who would be amongst the first to hold to the true duty of the risen, to protect humanity and to serve the light. These would be the warriors of legend who challenged and eventually...
I'm back. What I miss? Bruh, a lot. Finally off work. Congrats. Party time. I know you can pronounce my name, so you can call me Yogi. Yogi? How was your day? It was good. It was good. Balanced. Well, everybody that getting off work bragging though. Freedom. Freedom. Shaka the Phenom. Phenom? Phenom. Shaka the Phenom. Been watching you for some time now. Love your content. Appreciate you for what you do as well. Keep grinding. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I'm glad you enjoy it. Glad you enjoy. Welcome to the Saucinators. 10 a.m. to 7. At war. That's a war shift, because you wake up, unless you wake up really early, your whole day is basically gone. So you either gotta wake up really early and get a lot of morning time, or you stay up late and get a lot of nighttime. Fave top 3 weapons. Definitely La Monarch. And maybe wake up at 6 a.m. every day. I be trying to too. Sunshot? Nah. Question with a lot of options? Yeah. I'm taking ages to choose things and make decisions. But definitely La Monarch. I want to say, I'm tempted to say either Witherhoard or Mountaintop. Witherhoard because, I mean, it's Witherhoard. And Mountaintop because you can shoot it with like a shotgun without it killing you, which is cool. And then another one that popped into my head would be like Galahorn, because I mean it's Galahorn, but I know for sure La Monarch for sure.
Actually defeat the duty of the Risen, to protect humanity and to serve the light. These would be the warriors of legend who challenged and eventually defeated the warlords of Earth. They were known as Iron Lords.
Oh, wait.
Duty of the Risen, to protect humanity and to serve the light. These would be the warriors of legend who challenged and eventually defeated the warlords of Earth. They were known as Iron Lords, and the first four amongst their number swore on the day of their founding that they would be protectors and guardians of the people of Earth. And so, Radagast, Perun, Yolda, and Saladin represented some of the first true saviors of humanity. However, defending humanity was not an easy task. Much of them had been disconnected and were lost, broken in the terrible calamity that was the collapse. But as we always have, we survived and collected together. Sometimes into small towns, such as those most fabled places of Palamon or Coyote, who planted their flags and endeavored to make a living off of what remained of the system's bounty. But the greatest gathering of all was that of a massive camp of refugees that flocked to beneath the Traveler, to the place of its final titanic battle against the darkness. The camp began as a simple thing, defended by a few Risen and huddled for warmth around fires and in furs. In such a fearful place, disillusion brewed quickly into adversity. Rudimentary factions began to rise with differing outlooks on the best way to control and run this would-be camp. These factions grew until eventually Risen enforcers backed them on either side, and with them involved, conflict eventually broke out in the form of what would be known as the Faction Wars, with some among the Risen, however, seeking to end the violence. It was in this moment that the Fallen attacked the camp. The factions were broken, but the Risen, who had backed them on either side of the divide, all united and collapsed upon the Fallen with terrible power. The Fallen were repelled, and the new factions were left broken. However, this was a lesson, and the Guardians sought to see that this could never happen again, for this was truly the first point at which they could be called Guardians. For after all, had they not simply accomplished their duty to defend humanity against the invaders of the system? From this conflict, a new system of governance was born. It would be impossible to stop the factions from existing, and so the Consensus was created, as well as the Vanguard. The Consensus was a council of both the Vanguard and many represented factions, all of which would be able to submit proposals to the Speaker, a leader of sorts who had arisen with the supposed ability to speak to the Traveler. The Vanguard was something entirely different, though. The Vanguard was a part of the Consensus, but they were a council of 3 Guardians, one from each discipline: Hunter, Titan, and Warlock. With them, the Guardians would be represented, and with them, they would be officially classified. And so at last, laws were passed and enacted, and a government with clear authority in hand was born. With it, the turmoil of the people began to cease, and what was once a small camp of refugees beneath the Traveler began to grow and blossom, first into a settlement and then into a bastion. The final bastion beneath our broken god. They would call it the Lost City. But this lost city would not stand without challenges or foes to make them. The most persistent threat was ever that of the Fallen, with their lightning-fast raiding parties and their unwavering ferocity. Though the offensives would start as small acts
This your favorite lore, the Iron Lord lore? Yeah, they was kind of quick with the Iron Lords. Yeah, they definitely didn't expand on that enough, but I mean, I guess with this already being a 4-hour video, expanding that much would probably take, I don't know.
of piracy, they would eventually grow into lightning-fast raiding parties and their unwavering ferocity. Though the offensives would start as small acts of piracy, they would eventually grow into a perpetual siege that would be as defining a characteristic of life within the city as the very air they breathed. The siege in itself, and the very notion of the Fallen continually attacking the city's walls, was nicknamed the 100-Year Siege, for it seemingly never ended. However, to counteract this perpetual threat, the Titans of the city came up with a solution in the form of a series of walls that encompassed the city. As the walls were built, great defensive installations were placed along their length, including 8 towers, of which now none remain. It was the hope that such a great deterrent, bristling mountains were placed along their length, including 8 towers, defensive installation that encompassed the city. As the walls were in the form of a series of walls that encompassed the city. As the walls were built, great defensive installations were placed along their length, including 8 towers, of which now none remain. It was the hope that such a great deterrent, bristling with both the light-bringing guardians and the death-bringing emplacements of guns, would be enough to keep the citizens of the Lost City safe from the Fallen. However, the problem was not one that could be solved by high walls and terrifying fortifications, for the Fallen were driven not just by anger, but by a desperate faith. Their true prize was not the eradication of the city or its inhabitants, but the reclamation of the Great Machine, or as we know it, the Traveler. The Fallen had been seeking it out across the dark vacuum of space in true desperation, and imagine their jealousy to understand that when they found it, not only had it been destroyed and was in the possession of humans, but that those humans had not only been gifted with their own golden age, as the Elixni had, but also now were filled with the ranks of Guardians, those who could truly use the Great Machine's power. No, such transgressions were intolerable, and this drove the Fallen to the kind of zeal that only madness of the desperate would dare to invite and entertain. It was then that the Fallen of the House of Devils, with its strongholds located predominantly in Europe, Asia Minor, and Old Russia, struck out in a combined attack on the city. This would be one of the first true tests of the city's resolve, as the Devils brought their terrifying soldiers and artillery to bear, truly living up to their name. But the Titans of the city had prepared an answer. It was not some secret weapon aside from their light, it was not some great strategy, it was simply to hold the line. The 4 orders of Titans, including those such as the Firebreak Order and the Pilgrim Guard,
What's up,
held the
LPR
6
Dragon?
approaches to the city in a coordinated defense against the invaders. A great attack was made, and as it was repulsed, there was a chance to charge. But the Titans, including those amongst their order thirsty for blood, held to discipline and held the line. The battle was long and fierce. The Fallen outnumbered them to an almost comical extent, but the Guardians had the light on their side, and when fighting together, even when outnumbered and overrun, they were seemingly unstoppable, and the waves of attacking Fallen broke upon them with ease. The Titans that day held back the Fallen on 6 different fronts, and not a single one of those fronts had broken. This would be the first great victory for humanity in the Dark Age, and this would be the first time the city had ever been defended against a truly overwhelming foe. It would be forever remembered as the Battle of the 6 Fronts, and this battle was such a great honor to Titans that it remains represented in their heraldic iconography to this very day, with Titan hexagonal designs calling back to this and always being divided, that it remains represented in their heraldic iconography to this very day, with Titan hexagonal designs calling back to this and always being divided into 4. But it was not merely Titans that made up the defenses of the city on this day. One of the most prominent sets of heroes that rose also included a warlock by the name of Osiris. The Titan Saint 14 witnessed his incredible skill in battle, seeing that he was almost seemingly in more places than one at any single point in the battle. And it was at this point that Saint 14, who had closely allied himself with the Speaker, recommended that Osiris should be elevated to the Vanguard Warlock position. The relationship of the Speaker and Saint 14 was so close that they referred to each other as father and son, and at Saint's recommendation the Speaker obliged, and Osiris was proclaimed the new Warlock Vanguard. The only dissenting voice of this decision was that of Lysander and the Concordat, a faction that believed Osiris to be a mistake, a misincarnation or a faulty resurrection by a ghost.
Dang.
The victory at 6 Fronts marked not only the end of the first great test for humanity, but also marked the beginning of a new age, where hope blossomed once again in earnest. This would be the end of humanity's Dark Age, where before they had cowered in huddled masses beneath the Traveler and prayed for deliverance. With the Iron Lords, with the Guardians, with the city, that deliverance had come. Now was the time for humanity to stand once more and to begin to fight back. This was to many amongst the number of the Guardians the birth of what would be known as the City Age.
Not much, just chilling. How's my day going? It's going pretty good. Not too bad. I don't know where that status went when they brought in D2. Dang. They gave and took away your Iron Lord status? That's diabolical. They basically said Osiris wasn't no good. For real. Like, dang, what he do? A faulty ghost. Real. What's up, Daniel? I'm doing alright. Nearly done. You wish you could retwist your own hair? You can if you really want. You can do anything if you put in the time and dedication to get it done. The Iron Lord stuff connected to Siva. They was too long and you cut them. Yeah, I don't know. I at this point in time, I think I'm gonna keep my dreads forever. But also I might cut them to a certain length if they get to the point where they that long. Hop on. True. True. Yeah, I haven't played it all today. I don't know if I will. Kugi styles? Never heard of that. I don't even know what that is.
The City Age may be named after the city, but one of the most important things to know about the City Age is merely to do with the incomplete nature of humanity's knowledge. At the time being, there were no dates, no timelines, and of course, our idea of what was blurred and partially incomplete. Such is the nature of a post-apocalyptic era, and there is no real consensus therefore on when the City Age truly began. For some, it was at the victory at Six Fronts, for others the formation of the walls, and for a few still, it was at the creation of the camp beneath the Traveler. But regardless, the City Age began, and it played hosts to ballads of legends, myth, and incredible adventure. The city would expand and grow into a powerful bastion of humanity, and the Guardian Orders would press out into the solar system and commit to brave deeds of heroism. However, the first event that is noted in the timeline of the City Age that is of real significance is that of a terrifying purge of some of the most majestic and dangerous creatures within the system. It would start with the event known by the Guardian Orders as the Great Hunt. But in order to better understand the Great Hunt, you need to start in the Reef, not the city. Back in the Dark Age, when the Awoken had just been split into the Earth and Reefborn, Mara instructed Aldrin to go out into the system and to discover for her a bridge. When the Awoken had just been split into the Earth and Reefborn, Mara instructed Aldrin to go out into the system and to discover for her a unique source of power. Aldrin returned with what is known as a wish dragon, an Ahamkara. Ahamkara are dragons, both sentient and intelligent enough to speak, bargain, and deceive. But this was not the only thing that made the Ahamkara extraordinary. Ahamkara were shapeshifters, capable of growing massive or minuscule in size on a whim, and also had access to a special kind of magic, known as wish magic. This power, as best we know, holds no allegiance to the light or dark, but it manipulates the threads of fate and the fabric of the universe in a similar manner to the power of the light and the dark. It was not some stupendous power capable of crushing atoms, but instead it was a subtle thing that could manipulate the universe without necessarily invoking its physics. Wish magic was named such because it relied on preying on the ambitions and desires of those not strong-willed enough to contest the Ahamkara. The Queen and the dragon Aldrin relied on preying on the ambitions and desires of those not strong-willed enough to contest the Ahamkara. The Queen and the dragon Aldrin relied on preying on the ambitions and desires of those not strong-willed enough to contest the Ahamkara. The Queen and the dragon Aldrin recovered, eventually forged a bond, and the young Ahamkara would come to name itself Riven, in honor of the twice-riven people that was the Awoken. More Ahamkara flocked to the Reef, and Awoken society began to revolve around them.
Zavala lost his edge, huh? Yeah, I know a little bit about Zavala actually a very tiny little bit about Zavala backstory with like his his girl, his wife, or whatever happened to his family back in that season of the nightmare or something, maybe. I've been a Zavala hater since Forsaken. Man, I'm still a Zavala hater, bro. For real. Ribbon Sweet's homegirl. Nah, I ain't say she was my homegirl. Nah, that's an elite status. But, you know. She's interesting. Sort of kind of sounded like it. Nah, no. Not homegirl. Not that high of a status. She just, I don't know. She just funny. That's the best I got. Ribbon can do no wrong. Nah, I ain't say all that. Cause she clearly be scheming. She clearly be scheming. She got big schemes. But I don't know. Toxic friends.
It is here that wish magic and the incredible designs of the Awoken came together.
Okay, wait, so I have a question. Is the Dreaming City the place inside of the black hole? Or is the Dreaming City the place where they were staying when they came out of the black hole on the reef? She was being just silly. Swear they on a first name basis with Drifter. Yeah. When they came out. Oh, okay. Okay. Linux, no clue.
And Awoken itself riven in honor of the twice riven people that was the Awoken. More Ahamkara flocked to the reef, and Awoken society began to revolve around them. It is here that wish magic and the incredible designs of the Awoken came together to create what is known as the Dreaming City, a sacred place to the Awoken.
Oh, he literally was going to answer my question.
Designs of the more Ahamkara flocked to the reef, and Awoken society began to revolve around them. It is here that wish magic and the incredible designs of the Awoken came together to create what is known as the Dreaming City, a sacred place to the Awoken, hidden within the stars of the reef itself. In this place, the Ahamkara and the Awoken lived in relative harmony. All seemed peaceful, but the Awoken Queen knew that the Ahamkara could be found all over the system, and that the unique power she had sought was not in fact so unique. But this was not to be forever. She would soon have that unique source of power. It was at this time that the city also began to encounter the dragons, and at which point they realized the danger that they posed. The bargains struck with the Ahamkara had granted the Guardians great power and wisdom and information that was crucial to their campaigns, but had also always come at a terrible cost. This was the nature of wish magic. For every wish granted, there was a terrible, twisted reality to it, one that would always come at the cost of the Guardian themselves or someone around them. With their presence becoming a threat to the safety of the city itself, it was decreed by the consensus that the beasts should be hunted down and made extinct. And so the Great Hunt began. with the city even quietly petitioning the Awoken monarchy for aid. This aid was granted to them in the forms of weapons to hunt the beast, census coming at the cost of the Guardian themselves, the nature of wish magic, for every and wisdom and information that was crucial to their campaigns they posed. The bargains struck. It was at this time that the city also began to encounter the dragons, and at which point they realized the danger that they posed. The bargains struck with the Ahamkara had granted the Guardians great power and wisdom and information that was crucial to their campaigns, but had also always come at a terrible cost. This was the nature of wish magic. For every wish granted, there was a terrible, twisted reality to it, one that would always come at the cost of the Guardian themselves or someone around them. With their presence becoming a threat to the safety of the city itself, it was decreed by the consensus that the beasts should be hunted down and made extinct. And so the Great Hunt began, with the city even quietly petitioning the Awoken monarchy for aid. This aid was granted to them in the forms of weapons to hunt the beasts, although this aid was even secretly made available at the request of Riven. Perhaps Riven was fulfilling Mara's wish for some source of power that the wishes always grant the Ahamkara, or perhaps for some unique advantage. But regardless, many great warriors took up the wish for some source of power that the wishes always grant the Ahamkara, or perhaps for some unique advantage. But regardless, many great warriors took up the weapons of the Awoken and the city, and took part in the hunt, or at least the process of it. Many terrible final wishes were made by the beasts, and took up the...
Is it still cold in Chicago? Nah. Nope. It's pretty much summertime. No Zavala hate, or else I ride at dawn. Zavala a buns boy. Human encyclopedia. I know, right? For real. To even put together this video, you kind of have to store a lot of knowledge.
wish for some source of power that the wishes always grant the Ahamkara, or perhaps for some unique advantage. But regardless, many great warriors took up the weapons of the Awoken and the city, and took part in the hunt, or at least the process of it. Many terrible final wishes were made by the beasts and their assailants. Some of the scars of those wishes can still be seen today. Though, as with all things to do with wish magic, there are many details that are unclear, or as of yet, unproven. Regardless, the Ahamkara were hunted to the very brink of extinction, with only Riven surviving, trapped within the fortified citadel at the heart of the Dreaming City, in a place known as the Queen's Walk. With that, the only way the Ahamkara could communicate to us was through their remains, which held some of their latent power. But for the most part, it would be generations, even hundreds of years, before the Guardians saw another Ahamkara ever again. However, it was not just the Ahamkara that would start to see their end in this time. The days of the Iron Lords were also numbered. They had continued to exist and to defend the Ahamkara that would start to see their end in this time. The days of the Iron Lords were also numbered. They had continued to exist and to defend the city as they grew in number, sending out guardians from their base of operations on Fellwinter Peak. The Order had grown to at least 100 in number, but Radagast lamented that whilst he and his Iron Lords could defend humanity and watch over the vast tracts of Earth, they could not so easily return humanity to its golden age of technology. But when Lord Timur, a warlock of the Iron Lords, discovered records of the lost Golden Age technology of Siva, Radagast leapt into action. The nanotechnology could potentially rebuild the marvels that humanity had lost, and with it at their command, there was the potential for them to do even more incredible things. When the location of the technology's whereabouts had been discovered, particularly the replication complex in the northeastern section of the Cosmodrome, every one of the Iron Lords descended on that part of the world in force, hell-bent on claiming the technology for humanity. It was discovered that the billions upon billions of Siva nanites were still under the command of a fragment of the Warmind Rasputin, and in a moment that would resound throughout the ages, the infamous Iron Lord warlock known as Fellwinter attempted to commune with the shard of Rasputin. However, for reasons not truly understood, the Warmind sent its response in the form of a 3-word command to the millions of nanites of Siva. This command would spell doom for the Iron Lords that laid claim to this ancient technology. Those words: replicate, eliminate, immunize. And so full of fury that only a weapon such as Siva could contain, Siva's nanites were unleashed upon the Iron Lords. The battle was one of terrible proportions, and it was suddenly clear that if Siva was not contained, it was liable to overrun the Cosmodrome, and from there, who knows what it could do. 9 Iron Lords made a push for the replication complex, where the source of the Siva nanites could be found. But after much fierce fighting, it was clear that all hope was lost without great sacrifice. Lady Yolda took it upon herself to seal the replication complex with 7 other Iron Lords and herself inside, whilst also detonating an explosive device that contained the outbreak of Siva. The only Iron Lord to survive the replication complex was Lord Saladin, and the battle outside in the Cosmodrome had seen all the other Iron Lords slaughtered, with the exception of Lady Ephrodite, who went on a path of exile. The only explosive device, Lord Solder took it upon herself to seal the replication complex with 7 other Iron Lords and herself inside, whilst also detonating an explosive device that contained the outbreak of Siva. The only Iron Lord to survive the replication complex was Lord Saladin, and the battle outside in the Cosmodrome had seen all the other Iron Lords slaughtered, with the exception of Lady Ephrodite, who went on a path of exile and pacifism from that day onward. The area of the Cosmodrome containing Siva was from this point onwards quarantined, and from that day forth the region would now be known as the Plague Lands, for the mechanical plague that lay dormant beneath its surface. Lord Saladin would wait and watch, holding silent vigil over the place, until the day that he might finally be needed again, to finally bring rest to those Iron Lords that had been lost. Meanwhile, back in the city, trouble was starting to brew.
Yep, tragic. Take that, Discord. Congrats, Reggie. Salad Man was the last one, yep. Oh, okay, I got you, Reggie. I wonder about is that pacifist colony with... Oh. Yeah, Civil would be so cool. So cool. Yo, Zuri, I appreciate the super chat again. Thank you.
Oh, you're so sweet. Thank you so much.
Single-handedly got me through that 8-hour shift. Thank you. I'm glad I could help. You enjoy the rest of your day as well. Appreciate it. I'll catch you later, girl. At the end of the campaign, we ended up having to fight all the Iron Lords as Silva had turned them into monsters. Wow. Wow. Man. And we only about halfway through.
Tangerine, yeah, I call it sweet and sour. Tangerine, yeah, I call it sweet and sour.
Velp, it was nice being here. You single-handedly got me through that 8-hour shift. Have an amazing rest of your day, lady. Party face. Bye.
The bot always make it sound so weird. Was that a raid? Fighting the Iron Lords?
Osiris finally bring rest to those Iron Lords that had been beneath its surface. Lord Saladin would wait and watch, holding silent vigil over the place, until the day that he might finally be needed again, to finally bring rest to those Iron Lords that had been lost. Meanwhile, back in the city, trouble was starting to brew. Osiris, the new Warlock Vanguard, was descending into a deep and secluded study of the Vex. He knew that other threats to the city, such as the Fallen, did exist, but his research had left him convinced that the Vex represented the greatest present danger to the forces of the city and to the Guardian Orders. These beliefs brought him into the city and to the Guardian Orders. These beliefs brought him into contention with the rest of the consensus, and in particular, the Speaker. When Osiris sought to publish his findings in order to arm the people of the city with knowledge, the people instead took to them not as scientific study or fact, or even merely as speculation by a scholar. Instead, they took to them as prophecy. Such was the cult of Osiris's personality. The Speaker then saw this as an attempt to radicalize and split the population of the city between those that supported Osiris and those that supported the consensus. The Speaker even took to the extreme measure of burning the prophecies of Osiris, and began to speak of the once revered Warlock as though he was a curse. One day, the Speaker called the consensus to order and declared that Osiris was a tumor to an otherwise healthy body, and called for a motion to exile the Warlock. It was at this moment, however, that Osiris' dissent against the Vanguard, the city, and the consensus. Seeds that perhaps can still be felt to this day, seeds that perhaps have dwindled and died, but regardless, Osiris's cult would leave a mark.
Yes, Wrath of the Machine. Gotta go feed the crumb snatchers. Alright, Ning, I'll catch you later. Yeah, red subclass will be legit.
There was, however, little time of day, seeds that perhaps have dwindled and died, but regardless, Osiris's cult would leave a mark. There was, however, little time for this disunity amongst the people and the guardians of the city. A foe on the horizon that was all too familiar was beginning to raise its ugly head, and all of the forces of the city would need to muster in order to face it. The fallen houses were starting to coordinate and gather their forces. Whilst this would sound innocuous to some, this would be correctly identified by the Hunter Scouts in the employ of the Vanguard as all too terrible an occurrence. The fallen houses were normally fiercely territorial and would fight amongst themselves to maintain the status quo, but for them all to be collaborating meant that they needed to unite under a common cause, and this could only be one thing: the Great Machine. Having seen the House of Devils so firmly rebuked by the city at the Battle of the Six Fronts, it was clear to the Fallen that it would take the forces of more than just a single house to have any chance of breaking the city and claiming the Great Machine for their own. And so the 4 greatest houses in the system came together with a united purpose: to reclaim their heritage lost in the whirlwind by right of war. The House of Devils, Kings, Winter, and Wolves collected their forces and made plans to converge on the city as a united armada that would blot out the stars with their numbers. Millions of fallen were assembled for what was quite possibly the most colossal battle in the history of the city. It was believed that with their combined might, the houses would be unstoppable, and that united under a joint banner they would not only reclaim the Great Machine, but also destroy their bitter human rivals, once and for all. The battle for the city that would take place that day would be known as the Battle of the Twilight Gap. The city prepared for the attack, and the defense was organized by 3 titans. Lord Saladin led the defenses and was in command of all deployments of the forces of the city. His 2 commanders would be given specific forces and would be able to assist in holding the wall from the front line. The fighting was ferocious, and it appeared as though the Fallen had humanity backed into a corner as the forces of the Devils, Winter, and Kings pushed hard against the Twilight Gap, a small segment of fortifications that was being quickly overrun. Saladin saw this and was dismayed, calling for all forces to fall back to the next district. Lord Shax, who was at the Twilight Gap, saw this and could not abide by such a notion, for he knew that falling back could very well mean the doom of the city. He was left with a choice. He could either obey orders and fall back to the city, or he could hold his ground and defend the Twilight Gap with everything that he had left. In that moment, Shax held the fate of the last safe city and of all of humanity in his hands. And luckily for us, he chose to disobey his orders. He called his fire team, including the fabled gunslinger Anna Bray, the Sunbreaker weapons crafter known as Lui Feng, and 3 other guardians known as Keshi 32, Abdi, and Truce. Together the 6 of them fought, back to back, side by side, dying over and over, defending the very soil for the hallowed place that it was. For this was the last bastion of hope, and they would defend it until the last of their light was spent. The Firebreak Order would have been proud. They had stood their ground and chosen a place upon which it would be worthy for them to die. But they would not fall, and after enough time had passed, the other defenders were able to reorganize and create a counterattack. The reinforcements included Andal Brask, the Hunter Vanguard, and Commander Zavala, the other sub-commander of the city's forces. Now reunited with their fellow guardians, they would begin to sweep back the tide of Fallen, and with that, any chance of the Fallen claiming the Traveler was snuffed out for good. Lord Shax, with his decisions in that split second, had saved the last safe city. This represented a landmark.
Boy, he was raiding. They was raided. What up, Heartless? Shax's a real one? Yeah, I like Shax. I like Shax. Last 6 dreads. A little bun at the top with the dreads down the side. You liking up? I'm already locked up. I'm twisting up. Twisting up, but
moment for the city. Not only was it truly a stellar victory for the forces of the city over the Fallen, but it set into motion a spirit of indomitable confidence within the Guardian Orders. The Fallen had gathered the full measure of their might to contest the city, and in spite of those close odds, the attack had been squarely repelled. Shax, however, would feel repercussions of this day. Him, Zavala, and Saladin would never quite be friends again, thanks to his insubordination on that day.
Are you kidding me?
Regardless, Shax would gain a level of prestige that was unparalleled, and would go down in the history of the city as a living legend.
Whatever, Zavala.
But the
Nobody
cost of this
cares.
victory would also be immense.
Nobody wants to be your
Many
friend.
legendary guardians had fallen that day, and the ranks of those that remained were stretched thin. Amongst those supposedly lost was Anna Bray, who had been seen by Zavala falling from the city after being assailed by a fallen captain. The city mourned for the losses, but in a way, it also made the city stronger, as the loss brought a series of actions from the city's citizens and guardians that proved its own resolve. Many attempts were made to honor the heroic guardians that had fallen that day, but the most notorious of these attempts was not some statue commissioned or a bank of flowers left in the tower. Instead, it was the creation of two genius inventors known as Faisal Crux and Victor Lomar of the Crux Lomar foundries. They were responsible for creating much of the city's heavy ordnance, and with this goal of honoring the guardians that had fallen that day in mind, there was a pure intent that they had realized, and they saw to the development of a new weapon through what would be known as Project Heimdall. This would involve the melting down of the armor of those guardians lost at the Battle of Twilight Gap. They would then see that armor reforged into one of the most infamous weapons in the history of humanity, the Yalahorn shoulder-mounted launcher system. Not only did it contain revolutionary technology in the form of the Wolfpack rounds, but it also howled with the fury of the guardians that had fallen that day, fighting back not just with the explosive fire that one would expect, but also with the light of those guardians that had fallen. Others still honored those that had fallen that day with actions that were more direct. Saint 14 was the most notorious amongst them, and took it upon himself to personally conduct the Great Crusades. These were great attacks against the fallen that he undertook alone. These campaigns were incredibly successful, and as time went on, each of the houses were beaten back. Eventually, the Crusades were so successful that Saint 14 found himself dueling with Solkis, the Kell of the House of Devils. Solkis eventually held the Titan in a choking grip, and it was almost at the point where Saint was defeated. But the Titan rolled back his shoulders and head, with every ounce of strength remaining, and used it to headbutt the Kell of the fallen House of Devils so hard that the Kell's skull caved in, killing him instantly. Saint 14 stood, alive and victorious. Saint was then contacted by the Speaker, and although the Speaker wished him to return home, having heard news of Osiris being spotted on Mercury, Saint headed out there to find him, and was never seen again. However, what is overlooked news of Osiris alive and victorious? Saint was then contacted by the Speaker, and although the Speaker wished him to return home, having heard news of Osiris being spotted on Mercury, Saint headed out there to find him, and was never seen again. However, what is overlooked by some is that the glorious victory at Twilight Gap would have been impossible without the intervention of another infamous figure within the system, namely, the Awoken Queen of the Reef, Mara Sov.
Bruh, Mara got her hand in everything. Galley lore, yep. You couldn't do in-game without it. Wow. Wish I knew how to retweet my stuff, bruh. People keep saying that, but it's really not hard. You just gotta do it. That's all. Almost there.
She saw the Fallen communicating with another infamous figure within the system, namely, the Awoken Queen of the Reef, Mara Sov. She saw the Fallen communicating with each other across the system, and it was the House of Wolves that had disturbed her. Their fleet had gathered from the Jovian moons and was making a resupply run at the asteroid of Ceres, which lay squarely in Awoken territory. The Queen had two possible choices. Either she could allow the Fallen to pass by and keep the reef a secret from the rest of the system, or she could engage the Fallen Wolves at her door and destroy them, whilst exposing the reef to everyone in Sol. A choice between secrecy and publicity, a choice between peace and war, and Mara chose war. What followed was a series of campaigns and skirmishes that involved both the Awoken of the Reef and the various fractious parts of the House of Wolves. It would culminate in a battle between Mara's forces and the newly appointed Wolfcal Skolas the Rabbit. The war might have been yet bloodier and might even have been lost, but the Fallen were betrayed by a House of Judgment scribe known as Varix the Loyal.
The Loyal?
He was in service to Skolas and allowed the Awoken a critical advantage, which let them capture Skolas finally. He was sent to languish in the Prison of Elders, along with many of his truly faithful Fallen Wolves. But in the Prison of Elders, there was no potential to grow, and so some of the wolves swore loyalty to the Vestian dynasty of Mara Sov. They would eventually, of course, betray her, but for a time, the Fallen and the Awoken lived together in the reef in wolves. But in the Prison of Elders, there was no potential to grow, and so some of the wolves swore loyalty to the Vestian dynasty of Mara Sov. They would eventually, of course, betray her, but for a time, the Fallen and the Awoken lived together in the reef in harmony. Meanwhile, in the ranks of the Guardians, Osiris's teachings would not go without having an impact still. Saint 14 was not the only one who was seemingly obsessed with the old Warlock Master, and having heard of the power of the Vex from his teachings, there were others that sought to fight against this terrible foe. And it was then that three Guardians, known as Predith, Pahanin, and Kabir the Legionless, would attempt to enter the Vault of Glass and defeat the terrifying Vex presence within. However, they severely underestimated the power of the Vex's defenses within the vault, which, despite seeming like nothing more than a large cave network, was in fact a giant fortress and the site of some of their greatest experiments with time. Within the time streams, they could do more than simply destroy the Guardians with their immense firepower. They could manipulate time as a weapon. The Guardians faced what were known as the Oracles in the Vault, Vex supercomputers capable of isolating an individual within time, and unless they asserted dominance over it, removing them entirely. Understand that this means you don't simply die. To be found wanting by an Oracle, to be stunned by the ritual of negation, is to have never existed at all. Such was the power of the Vex in the Vault. In the face of such power, the Guardians were helpless. The Hunter Pahanin fled, and the Warlock Predith was locked deep in the confines of the Vault, lost in its time stream. However, it was Kabir the Legionless who would face the most gruesome fate of all. Kabir would drink of the Radioloria of the Vex Oracles, and this meant that his body slowly began to be corrupted as he himself was changed into the Vex. He would lose control over the awesome fate of all. Kabir locked deep in the confines of the Vault, lost in its time stream. However, it was Kabir the Legionless who would face the most gruesome fate of all. Kabir would drink of the Radioloria of the Vex Oracles, and this meant that his body slowly began to be corrupted as he himself was changed into the Vex. He would lose control over his body and brain, and before they took him entirely, Kabir forged a mighty shield known as the Aegis. It is into this shield that he poured all of his light, so that if other guardians might come through the vault, they might have a source of power that could be used to break the Vex's hold over time. The first raid on the Vault of Glass was a failure, and Kabir the Legionless was no more. But this would not be the last adventure that the Guardians would see in the Vault of Glass. Meanwhile, in the city, factional differences within the consensus were beginning to intensify, and Lysander, the leader of the faction known as the Concordat, declared city. Factional differences within the consensus were beginning to intensify, and Lysander, the leader of the faction known as the Concordat, declared war upon the Vanguard and the Speaker, although his reasons for doing so are not well recorded or understood. This upheaval led to a final confrontation between the New Monarchy and the Concordat in the tower that is known as Bannerfall, and this effectively ended their membership of the consensus and were not well recorded or understood. This upheaval led to a final confrontation between the New Monarchy and the Concordat in the tower that is known as Bannerfall, and this effectively ended their membership of the consensus and their general part in the city's life. In their place, another faction known as the Future War Cult was promoted to the rank of full consensus member. Around this time, the consensus records also make the first real mention of Lord Shaxx and his Crucible, the objective of which was simply to allow Guardians to train by fighting each other. Guardians had long had a habit of fighting and settling differences through combat, but Shaxx's Crucible formalized the practice and acted as a tempering flame to the blade that was the young Guardians entering the ranks that had so recently been filled with heroes. The Crucible over time became more and more engraved in the city's culture, and eventually became a televised sport within the city, with residents placing bets and supporting their favored Guardians or clan-based teams with incredible vigor, just as one might support any other sporting team today. The games led to a sense of honor and chivalry for most, because even as the Guardians fought each other, they made each other stronger in the process. But that strength would still not be enough to stop the most aggressive of adversaries. It had been some time since the attack on Twilight Gap, and the Fallen had not made another assault on the city in some time. However, this was not to say that the Fallen weren't still a menace. Long prior to Twilight Gap, the wilds were haunted by the whispers of a Fallen on most of the pro.
First and third week, I'm good. Rip. Talking about have a stroke. Well, considering you basically almost got every exotic in the game, Mike, it's definitely not necessary for you to even run it. Finally finished. When Destiny writing go in, it go in. Boy.
Processed, because even as the Guardians fought each other, they made each other stronger in the process. But that strength would still not be enough to stop the most aggressive of adversaries. It had been some time since the attack on Twilight Gap, and the Fallen had not made another assault on the city in some time. However, this was not to say that the Fallen weren't still a menace. Long prior to Twilight Gap, the wilds were haunted by Scarred, who was a gun by the whispers. Long
Christian
prior to
Davis, thank you
Twilight
for the sub. Welcome to the Saucinators. Appreciate it.
Gap, The wilds were haunted by the whispers of a fallen mercenary called Tannix the Scarred, who was a gun for hire amongst the fallen, one who would pursue guardian targets in particular at the behest of those who could pay a handsome price. A mercenary through and through, but a devious one with a mean streak and a habit for destroying guardians entirely. After encountering him in the field, the hunter Andal Brask and his close friend Cade Six made what would be known as the Vanguard Dare. The first one to kill Tannix would be rewarded with renown and fame. The loser would fill the hunter's vanguard position, a most onerous task for a hunter that desires freedom and the ability to explore. Cade went on to win the contest, killing Tannix. But the problem was that Cade had not simply killed a being of mortal flesh. Tannix was more mechanical than biological, and every death would simply mean his reconstruction. In time, Tannix would find vengeance, and sometime after the Fallen had been served their bitter defeat at Twilight Gap, Tannix would serve vengeance by slaughtering Andal Brask. Feeling guilt and a responsibility for not having been able to kill Tannix, Cade took the place of the Hunter Vanguard in Andal's stead. The loss of the Hunter's Vanguard could have been a deterrent to the Consensus and the FOTC generally, but perhaps emboldened by the city's dominant position or believing with hubris, could have been a deterrent to the Consensus and the FOTC generally, but perhaps emboldened by the city's dominant position or believing with hubris that they could reclaim the glory of the Golden Age, they set their sights on a grand military goal. When the first men landed on the moon in the 20th century, they marked themselves as true pioneers of humanity and human civilization. For better or for worse, the Consensus sought to emulate their forebears and sought to reclaim the moon from the Hive. Some would call it brave, but sought or for worse as true pioneers of humanity and human civilization. For better or for worse, the Consensus sought to emulate their forebears and sought to reclaim the moon from the Hive. Some would call it brave, the wise would call it madness. Lord Shax, having faced the Hive and the might of their swords before, would inform the Consensus in no uncertain terms of the mistake that they were making, pleading with them to call off the attack after having witnessed their power at another smaller skirmish known as the Battle of the Burning Lake. The Consensus, however, was unmoved, and the expeditionary army was approved. The city gathered together the first and last army of Guardians to serve on a mass offensive against the alien force in Sol. Over 1,000 Guardians journeyed to the moon and touched down with the intent to claim it from the Hive by force. However, in spite of the might of over 1,000 Guardians being present on the moon's surface, the banners of the Cormorant Seal would meet stern resistance from the Hive. Whilst gains were made at first, and whilst some prisoners were even captured, the Guardians were stopped by an unbreakable champion of the Hive, a terrible demon wreathed in green flame, wielding a sword that cracked the surface of the moon with every swing. It was here that the Battle of Mare Ibrium would be fiercest, and it was here that the Guardians would first face Crota, the Eater of Hope, the son of Oryx. His counter-assault on the Guardian forces was so vicious and complete that it is better remembered as butchery. The Guardian forces had to pull back, having lost many of their number, and so the Battle of Mare Ibrium ended in crushing defeat. As the beleaguered Guardian forces fled the moon's surface, they left behind many dead, and would forever remember the failed assault on the moon by a terrible different name. They would remember it as the Great Disaster.
Rip.
The aftermath of this calamitous event was far-reaching and
Rip. So I'm making about halfway through. Not bad. The Eater of Hope. I know, right? That's a crazy name. Whew. Head out. Alright, Orbit. I'm right behind you. Success. Almost 6 hours. Again. But it was a good stream. Learned a lot. Learned a lot. Whether I retain it, we'll see. The Eater of Sushi. He's so lame. Yeah. Not a bad stream. Hopefully I didn't get too much water all over the place. But enough to matter. Hopefully, yes. So much. And this is only to Shadowkeep, like. Yeah, we'll see what his video is like. When the final shape is gonna come out. Boy, oh boy. But I'm gonna catch y'all tomorrow. Y'all take it easy. Enjoy the rest of y'all night. It's almost Friday. Thanks, Mike. But yeah, I'm gonna see y'all tomorrow. Appreciate y'all. Much love. Thanks for all the support as always. Shout out to all the support today. Raids, super chats, subs, members, all of that. I appreciate it. And thank you for everybody who came through and stuck by while we watched these videos. Hope y'all enjoyed. Make sure y'all stay saucy, because if you don't, who else gonna saucinate? Good night. Sleep tight. Don't let the bed bugs bite. That's all I got for y'all. Thanks, Redline. Alright. Y'all take it easy. I'm out. Peace.
Beat that thing up, Ejaye.